एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 30th ऑफ मई 2025। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। फिलहाल देखो एक क्रूड ऑयल को, तो कल का जो लो बना था उसके आसपास ही यहाँ मार्केट आया था, एक सपोर्ट लिया है, ऊपर जा रहा है। देखते हैं ऊपर से यहाँ से एक नहीं सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे, नहीं तो वापस आएगा तो वापस बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। 12:30 हो चुका है, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन है, इंडियन मार्केट इज गोइंग टू क्लोज। नेचुरल गैस का इन्वेंट्री कल नेगेटिव जरूर आई थी, बट वही नीचे रिटेस्ट जोन से वापस मार्केट सपोर्ट लेगी। अभी इंट्राडे बिल्कुल साइडवेज ही चल रहा है। लेट्स सी इसमें भी कोई नया ट्रेड अगर बनता है तो देखते हैं। 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होगी। 6 पीएम पे कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा, ये भी गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा। बाकी 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन, 7:30 कंज्यूमर सेंटीमेंट का डेटा है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग है तो थोड़ा क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना, ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस का देखते हैं। अभी क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग ही प्लान है यहाँ से, और तो इसमें कुछ नया ट्रेड दिख नहीं रहा है। अगर आता है थोड़ा सा ऊपर, जो कल न्यूज आई थी, परसों न्यूज आई थी एक्चुअली, कल सॉरी कल ही थी, जो जज ने ट्रम्प के टैरिफ को ब्लॉक कर दिया था, वो फिर से टैरिफ फिर से लग गए हैं वापस। तो क्रूड ऑयल वापस फिर से ऊपर जा रहा है। वहाँ पर जो अपर कोर्ट थी, उन्होंने जो लोअर कोर्ट थे उसके डिसीजन को पॉज कर दिया है। सो इट इज़ अ विन फॉर डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प एंड हिज करंट गवर्नमेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, यू कैन से दैट। तो टैरिफ जो लगे हुए थे वो फिर से वापस लगे ही हुए हैं। बाकी और कोई न्यूज़ तो अभी है नहीं। कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह आती है, कोई डेटा, तो इवनिंग पर ही है। उससे पहले कुछ और अगर आता है, सी दैट। President says US-China talk stalled, pushes for Trump G call। भी करते रहो। यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान क्रूड ऑयल में। बाकी थोड़ा सा न्यूज़ की वजह से ही पॉजिटिव बना हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल। कल सेल ऑफ भी न्यूज़ की वजह से थोड़ा कंटिन्यू रह गया था। सेलिंग भी जो आ रही है वो, सॉरी बाइंग भी जो आ रही है कंटिन्यूसली, उसकी वजह से आ रही है। कल टैरिफ पे ब्लॉक लगा दिया था तो वो उस वजह से गिर रहे आ रहा है। एंड राइट नाउ इफ यू लुक एट दिस, ट्रम्प के जो टैरिफ थे वापस लग गए हैं, तो मार्केट वापस कंटिन्यूसली ऊपर जाने की कोशिश में है। तो एक सेलिंग का प्लान। थोड़ा फॉरेक्स का भी देखना पड़ेगा चार्ट। पॉइंट काफ़ी रहेंगे, उसमें ज़्यादा फायदा भी नहीं है। ये नेचुरल गैस मोमेंटम नहीं हो रहा है तो थोड़ा सा वेट करना पड़ेगा नेचुरल गैस में। बाकी कल इन्वेंट्री आई थी क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस की। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री थोड़ा लाइव स्ट्रीम मैंने एंड कर दिया था, बट क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 8:30 पे ना आके 9:30 पे आई थी और वो पॉजिटिव ही थी। बट प्राइस देखोगे तो कुछ खास किया नहीं इन्वेंट्री पर भी, पूरा साइडवेज ही चला गया था। तीनों के तीनों इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव ही आई थी प्राइस के लिए। ये नेचुरल गैस में भी देखते हैं, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, थोड़ा क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना फिलहाल। Crude oil gain on gasoline demand despite OPEC plus concern. कैंडल देखोगे थोड़ा कंटिन्यूसली ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया जा रहा है क्रूड ऑयल भी. नीचे से काफ़ी ज़्यादा ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बनाई है आज पूरे दिन भर. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. लेट्स सी द न्यूज़. नेचुरल गैस में कोई ट्रेड बनता है तो देखते हैं, अभी नहीं है.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lizzie Burden.
And I'm Caroline Hepker.
President Trump's global tariffs will remain in place for now. That's after an appeals court temporarily paused a ruling on Wednesday that had blocked them. Trump hailed the ruling in a social media post on Thursday night while calling the original decision so wrong and so political. Derek Woolbank is our senior editor for US Economics and Government.
This is going to work through the U.S. legal process. In the meantime, though, it has kind of complicated the idea that the Trump administration in this 90-day pause window was going and trying to do deals with individual countries. We really haven't seen a ton of deals come through with that. We've had the UK. A lot of others are said to be maybe close or near, but haven't gotten over the line.
Derek Woolbank says that despite the temporary reprieve, the possibility does remain that the appeals court could ultimately back the original ruling and block President Trump's tariff policy. That would reduce the effective US tariff rate to below 6% from a high of almost 27% last month. However, White House officials stress Trump has options to pursue similar tariffs through other authorities if appeals ultimately fall short.
Well, the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that the trade talks with China are currently at a bit of a standstill. Bessent, speaking to Fox News, said that a call may be required between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in order to reach a deal.
I would say that they are a bit stalled. I believe that we will be having more talks with them in the next few weeks, and I believe we may at some point have a call between the president and party chair Xi.
That was the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent there speaking on Fox News. The last time Trump and Xi spoke was in January, days ahead of Trump's inauguration. The US president said that he would speak to the Chinese leader in the days after trade talks that took place in mid-May, but that call never materialised.
In their first in-person meeting since the president's inauguration, President Trump pushed Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower interest rates. The US president has publicly and repeatedly lashed out at the policymaker, previously calling him a, quote, loser. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that Trump urged Powell to cut rates.
The president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries. And the president's been very vocal about that, both publicly and now I can reveal privately as well.
The White House press secretary there. Fed officials have held interest rates steady this year, arguing that a patient approach to policy is appropriate amid all of the economic uncertainty caused by tariffs. The central bank says that Chair Powell stressed the path of policy will depend entirely on incoming economic information and what that means for the outlook.
Well, the CEO of Citigroup says that the economic outlook for the US remains stronger than here in Europe, despite sweeping policy uncertainty from trade and tariffs. Bloomberg's Ewan Potts has more now.
There's nothing like being in Europe to make you feel a bit better about the US. Citigroup's Jane Fraser not mincing her words. She was speaking in a wide-ranging interview at a financial conference where she also expressed scepticism that the EU will pursue its long-delayed plan for capital markets union and drive economic growth. On the prospects for the US economy, Fraser said her eye is on the unemployment figures, but added that consumer spending so far appears to be showing signs of resilience. In London, I'm Ewan Potts, Bloomberg Radio.
The Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey is calling on the UK government to strike a deeper trade deal with the EU to, quote, minimise the effects of Brexit. In a speech at the Irish Association of Investment Managers in Dublin yesterday, Bailey said the evidence on Brexit suggests that the changing trade relationship has weighed on growth. The central bank head also went on to say that something has gone wrong with the global trading system.
If you believe that tariff action is needed to create the shock and awe to get these issues onto the table and dealt with, I'm afraid that means something's gone wrong with the multilateral system. These things ought to be dealt with without having to get to this point, and we need to deal with that something. And it matters to central bankers and economic policymakers because our jobs are much harder, if we face more inflexible and uncertain supply conditions in our economies, as we appear to do today.
The Bank of England Governor's comments come as a gauge of UK business confidence rose to a 9-month high. The Lloyds Business Barometer sentiment gauge rose 11 points to 50 in May. That's the highest since just after Labour's election win.
And lastly, a 53-year-old man is due in court in the UK later today, accused of driving a car into crowds of people at Liverpool's Trophy Parade. Paul Doyle, who is from the West Derby area of the city, is charged with 7 offences, including dangerous driving, malicious wounding and intent to cause grievous bodily harm. Jenny Sims is the Assistant Chief Constable of Merseyside Police.
This continues to be a large and complex investigation, and detectives are reviewing a huge volume of CCTV and mobile phone footage submitted by the public and businesses.
Jenny Sims speaking there. 79 people were injured in Monday's incident in Liverpool, with 7 still in hospital.
Those are your top stories. On the markets, the Stock 600 is higher 0.5%. On Wall Street, S&P E-mini futures are lower 0.1%. And the 10-year US Treasury yield is higher 1 basis point at 4.42%.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Caroline Hepker.
I'm Lizzie Burden, and this is Bloomberg.
The data that matters for your investments.
The entire auto sector.
ओके क्रूड ऑयल को थोड़ा सा ऊपर आने देना, ठीक है। क्रूड ऑयल को थोड़ा ऊपर आने देना, तभी सेल करना। एग्जैक्टली थोड़ा और ऊपर आए। यहाँ पर नहीं, इसको और ऊपर सेल करते हैं या फिर नीचे आ जाए। नो नो नो, यहाँ पर नहीं, इसको और ऊपर आने दो, यहाँ कहीं। यहाँ पर रिस्क ज़्यादा हो जाएगा फिर। रिस्क रिवॉर्ड सही नहीं बन रहा है। ठीक है, थोड़ा और ऊपर आने दो। यहाँ पर अगर सेल करेंगे तो फिर रिस्क रिवॉर्ड थोड़ा सही नहीं बन रहा है। ये एरिया सही है। यहीं से करेंगे सेल, उससे पहले नहीं।
Yeah, because what was unusual about the CIT ruling that we got handed down from essentially trade-oriented judges last night was that they said the administration had 10 days to wind down these tariffs, that they were not going to allow them to stay in effect while the appeals process played out. The administration obviously immediately appealed that, and this appeals court is granting them the permission to leave the tariffs in place until there is a final ruling on this. And Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, did say today that the administration's view is that the judge's decision last night was judicial overreach, that this administration does have legal authority to use IEEPA in this way, and they are willing to take this fight to the Supreme Court, which could in theory happen as soon as tomorrow, and it may be up to the 9 justices to ultimately hand down the ruling as to whether or not Trump is authorized to use these policies in this way, and whether or not these tariffs can stay in place on a permanent basis. But this is certainly a win for the administration, at least at this point, knowing that they were feeling quite confident about their legal standing going into this appeals court.
Yeah, Peter Navarro speaking on Fox right now, saying the administration fully expected favorable ruling on tariffs. Even if this goes to the Supreme Court, there's still other tools in the toolbox, right, to impose tariffs?
There absolutely are. It's just a question of what authority you want to use and the amount of time you want to use to work through that process. So there's Section 232, which looks at national security concerns. He's opened those investigations already into areas like pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. They're already in place when it comes to steel and aluminum and automobiles tariffs. There's others in terms of Section 301. Which looks at unfair trade practices, investigations that could be launched there as well. And he does have IEEPA authority granted to him by Congress in the 1970s. It's just a question of what exactly authorizes an economic emergency or justifies an economic emergency and the use of tariffs in this way. But it really is just a matter of what reasoning the administration wants to use, what process they want to go through, not necessarily can they implement a tariff, but what grounds do they implement that tariff on. Again, the reciprocal tariffs and the tariffs on fentanyl will be able to stand thanks to this appeals court intervention, at least for now.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PW activity. Joining us now is Bloomberg MLive's Ven Ram. Ven, what are we expecting today, and how instructive will it be even for today's current environment with the trade back and forth?
Well, I think it'll be instructive if the numbers are to the higher side. Let me just put that in context. So the core PCE, the markets are expecting a print of 0.1% from a month earlier, which I think will equate to an annual increase of 2.5%. Now, if that number prints along the forecast lines, that will be the mildest since 2021, when prices started ticking steadily higher. So the markets would prima facie welcome that. But, a dovish surprise is not going to move the needle much for the markets, as you suggest, because, that is what is expected. But however, a higher than forecast print will kindle the market's worst fears that, look, the tariff and the drama on tariffs is already holding up shipments to the US and leading to empty shelves and the scenario of higher inflation as a result, which is why I think that a higher number today will lead to a treasury sell-off, mild sell-off. You will see the 10-year yield go back towards that recent perch of 4.5%. Now, interestingly, Danny, if you look at the 1-year zero coupon inflation swaps, they're expecting inflation to be 3.2%. So that 2.5% number is not going to really matter that much unless it shoots higher. If it shoots higher, then the 1-year zero coupon inflation swaps will price higher than 3.2%, which would be a very hawkish outcome for the markets.
Hey, Ven, thank you very much for breaking that down. That is Bloomberg MLive's Ven Ram. I'm pleased to say that joining me now is Kayla Cedar, macro multi-asset strategist at State Street. Kayla, wonderful to see you this morning.
Thanks so much for having me.
How much are you going to care about the data? How instructive will it be for you?
I think what I'm interested most in the data that we get today is looking at personal income and personal spending, just to get a sense of how the consumer is faring. Because really, from our view, the consumer still looks okay in aggregate, and it's really, I think it's hard to bet against the consumer, and we see that again and again, but it's also really important to, monitor that and make sure that they're not weakening too much.
So when you look at some of the retailer earnings, just on that port, our reporter Joe Easton was just talking about some of the weakness at Gap, but at the same time you have Walmart holding up. Do you look at these and say these are individual companies that are struggling because of idiosyncratic issues? Or does it say something wider? Because we are getting a lot of warnings from various consumer companies that softness may be on the way.
I think one thing to consider too is how much pricing power they have. So not so much on for these companies, not so much thinking about how weak or strong the consumer is, but how much pricing power these companies have. Because if you think about the supply chain, retailers are at the end of the supply chain. So what we see now is signs that producers are passing on these price increases to retailers, and it's up to the retailer whether or not they can increase prices. And so, that was one thing that was really interesting in Walmart earnings, is that we heard signs that, hey, prices have to increase.
They have to increase, but yet we are still trading at 21 times on the S&P 500. Valuations are pretty rich, especially if you assume there's going to be some multiple compression to come. Are we fairly priced right here?
I think it depends on the sector. And so when we look overall, when we think about especially tech, right? One thing that's interesting is, multiples are high, but maybe not quite as high as they were at peak. So to me, that says, yes, there's an overall multiple concern, but there could still be room to rise. I think the thing to consider is if we start to see signs of liquidity issues and signs of perhaps credit weakness, that could really pop that multiple issue. But for now, we're cautious,
right?
But we might not be at peak just yet.
Right, and I know you wrote this in your notes, this idea that in past periods of dislocation, it's credit that leads the way. This time, it hasn't been that. That credit has been quite more stable. What do you make of that? What could cause finally some real spread widening? We got it a bit, but then money rushed in pretty quickly to tighten it again.
One thing I'm thinking about heading out further into the summer is what happens with the reconciliation bill, what happens when the debt ceiling or with the debt ceiling and when TGA has to be replenished. Ultimately, that could mean that there's less bank reserves in the system, and then that could put more of a risk on overall liquidity. But we're not there yet. It's still a couple of months out potentially, but that could be something to watch later in the summer.
How much are you watching foreign flows? I know for some reason the tax bill has been out for a bit, and we're now only just getting worried about, I think it's Section 899 of the big beautiful bill that could tax foreign investments in the U.S. This idea, just another reason not to put foreign capital in the U.S. Is this a real concern?
You know, I think it depends on what part of the market you're looking at. So, for example, American companies, in our data, we still see a lot of foreign demand for U.S. equities. And so I think, you know, that speaks to the profitability of American companies, and it speaks to how wide those profit margins are. Again, a lot of that has to do with higher quality metrics. A lot of that has to do with, you know, places like tech and things like that. But I think for the most part, on the company side of things, on the equity side of things, we're still okay. Obviously, the bond market, I think, is, you know, what has been under pressure recently and where a lot of focus has been in terms of overall demand.
Why hasn't that pressure, though, trickled into the equity market? Because we've seen that before, that higher yields will pressure especially longer duration type equities. It hasn't really played out this time.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that come to mind with that. One is positioning. So, you know, at the start of the year, very overweight U.S. equities. We started to see shifts away from the U.S. and more so into Europe. Now, as there's more, I would say, caution out there, when we saw higher bouts of volatility, you know, what that means is investors are going to look for quality. And when you look at quality metrics, it's still the U.S. that holds up far superior, in a far superior position relative to their peers.
It is a strange moment, though, in long-term bonds. You have higher yields in Japan, in the UK, in the U.S. too. Is there a rethink in just asset allocation at this moment, that usually the staid part of the market has been very volatile, that treasuries maybe aren't the risk-free asset that they once were?
You know, I think an interesting way to think about this is looking at the curve, looking at, you know, where do we expect inflation to go? When do we think the Fed could cut next? And what, you know, our conclusion right now is stick to the front end of the curve. Cash is still pretty attractive. The front end of the curve is still inverted. And so, you know, if you are looking for safety or less risk, the front end is still very attractive here. And so when we look at our data, looking specifically at more longer term institutional investors, what we've seen is consistent increases in allocation to cash and not so much in the fixed income sovereign space.
Interesting. Kayla, I'm pleased to say that you're going to be with us for the whole half hour. That's Kayla Cedar of State Street staying with us. I want to quickly get you some other stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. A Bloomberg survey sees the ECB lowering interest rates 2 more times. Respondents predict quarter-point reductions at the June and September meetings. Economists who were surveyed did warn that the central bank shouldn't wait too long because it could signal that the easing campaign is over. The Trump administration's move to revoke visas for Chinese students is causing many to rethink education options. A Shanghai-based consultancy says at least 30% of clients have canceled plans to study in the U.S. or are applying to countries like Australia, the U.K., or Singapore instead. Elsewhere, watch enthusiasts snapped up Rolex and Patek Philippe timepieces. I can get my words together at the end of April. Watch dealer Subdial saw an 160% higher than normal trading spike after people got their paychecks. That's above the average 112% bump seen on paydays in the past year. Coming up, on again, off again, President Trump's tariff bounce around the courts. We'll bring you the latest. That's coming up next on your Bloomberg Brief.
Top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
So much of our economy is based on
faith that we will deliver on the things that we say that we promise for the future. When you start to see the markets waver a little bit, people are asking the question, do we still have that same level of faith? The sign that rates have started to come back down and the markets are sort of returning back to a normal stasis suggests that they think there is that likelihood moving forward.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
The incidence of cancer, which is to say people getting it, is higher than it was 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. Is that because detection is better than it used to be?
All right, so the dirty secret is we have no idea. We don't collect data well in the United States. What we do know is that there's not a dramatic rise in cancer in the United States, but what we are seeing is a troubling trend is younger people are getting more cancers. That's real. We have no idea why, but we are seeing younger people, more colon cancer, more breast cancer, and other cancers in younger individuals, 20, 30, 40-year-olds, that we never used to see.
What do you think could possibly be the cause? I assume pollution or the environment in some ways?
We assume it's either something in the environment, we assume it's diet, it's ultra-processed foods, it's microplastics, it's changes in the microbiome. We really don't know.
Power, money, culture. Haslinda Aman tells the story of Asia's rise through the people who are helping to shape it. On this episode, Vietnam's leading tech tycoon Thun Gia Binh is betting big on artificial intelligence's power to change the world.
We can save 90% of time, 50% of workforce. Everybody know AI is so important.
Latitude, encore presentation this weekend.
He wanted to use the sweeping powers of AIPA. Now, he has many, many other laws and authorities that he can use, and he'll take them out if he needs to. But right now, he likes the sweeping authority because it lets him deal with everybody who treats us unfairly. As you know, we're going to go through the courts, and you should always bet on Donald Trump, because what we've all seen is he does not lose.
U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick speaking there on the administration's confidence in defending its tariff regime from legal challenges. President Trump did win a temporary reprieve from a block imposed on them by the U.S. Court of International Trade. For more, joining us is Bloomberg News Desk Managing Editor Adam Blenford and Kayla Cedar of State Street still with us as well. Adam, great to see you. What now?
Good morning. Well, what now is the question on everybody's lips. We're into a bit of a phase of judicial and legalistic ping pong, perhaps. We've had, as you say, the ruling from the Court of International Trade. That was stayed last night, yesterday afternoon in the US. So the administration's trade policies we're in a kind of, it's one of those confusing phases where, you know, they've been put on pause, but then the pause has been put on pause. So we're waiting for the verdict to see whether those policies will actually be able to go ahead. If indeed the appeals court backs up the trade court, the Trump administration will most likely look, it seems, for a series of other measures that it might be able to use to effectively raise the U.S. effective tariff rate and try to change the trade policy it has with its international partners. As you saw there, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was talking quite bullishly about all of those options that it might have available. And Peter Navarro said yesterday, in fact, the U.S. trade expert, that the administration doesn't really consider having a plan B. They just have plan A, maybe of which there are various different strands to it. Gets a bit complicated as you go down into whether they would start to try and investigate under Section 232 or some of the other aspects of trade law that they could use. But they do prefer to try and win out, even if necessary, through the U.S. Supreme Court, which could happen quite soon if they expedite that process, to try and make those initial sweeping powers that the administration used. They want to get those through, and we'll see which way the courts rule.
Hey, Adam, in terms of how many options the Trump administration has in terms of passing these tariffs, do you think, there seems to be some laws that allow Trump or the administration to pass tariffs more specific to sectors, and then there are other laws that allow the administration to focus on countries. Do you have a sense, does this mean a pivot and more of a focus towards sectors, or will the focus remain on overall countrywide tariffs?
It's complicated and a little difficult, as we say, to predict what the administration is going to do. But it does seem that one of the options that they could have, that they've used in the past, is this Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act. That's one of the pieces of legislation. They've used that in the past, I think, to investigate and to work with steel tariffs on China. But they require significant and lengthy investigations. As an example, where the track that they went down in April, using the IEPA to try and unveil sweeping tariffs across all different jurisdictions at the same time. That's obviously, while incredibly complicated for the markets and for the business world to navigate, as well as foreign governments negotiating with the US, it's a clearer path than complex, from the US perspective anyway, it's a clearer path than complex individual sector-by-sector deals which would require specific pieces of work. But that may be where they're going to. Peter Navarro was talking yesterday about Section 301 powers and Section 232 powers, so that those have been used in the past.
So do you think this changes how permanent the tariffs could be? I think it's hard for companies to manage tariffs if they think, they could be on for 5 years, if they're permanent, if they're just the remainder of Trump's administration, or if they could just be here for a couple of months, or, the outlook really shifts. Do you have a sense of how long tariffs could last, and perhaps, how they're applied and what legal precedents Trump uses?
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest developments in the global trade war. President Trump's tariffs will remain in place for now. That's after an appeals court temporarily paused a ruling that had blocked them. Derek Walbank is our senior editor for U.S. Economics and Government.
This is going to work through the U.S. legal process. In the meantime, though, it has kind of complicated the idea that the Trump administration in this 90-day pause window was going and trying to do deals with individual countries. We really haven't seen a ton of deals come through with that. We've had the UK. A lot of others are said to be maybe close or near, but haven't gotten over the line.
Well, Bloomberg's Derek Walbank says that despite the temporary reprieve, the possibility does remain that the appeals court could ultimately back the original ruling and block President Trump's tariff policy. However, White House officials stress President Trump has options to pursue similar tariffs through other authorities if appeals ultimately fall short.
Meanwhile, Lisa, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says trade talks with China are currently at a bit of a standstill. Bessent says a call may be required between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in order to reach a deal.
I would say that they are a bit stalled. I believe that we will be having more talks with them in the next few weeks, and I believe we may at some point have a call between the president and party chair Xi.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made the comments on Fox News. President Trump had said he would speak to the Chinese leader in the days after trade talks in mid-May, but that call has yet to materialize.
Karen, tensions between the U.S. and China may be growing on another front. Reuters is reporting President Trump is planning to ramp up weapons sales to Taiwan to a level exceeding the pace set during his first term. Reuters says the new weapons packages are expected to focus on missiles, munitions, and drones.
Lisa, the president met with Fed Chair Jay Powell at the White House for their first in-person meeting since the inauguration. The Fed says the president invited Powell to discuss economic developments for growth, employment, and inflation. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Trump pushed Powell to lower interest rates.
The president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries. And the president's been very vocal about that, both publicly and now I can reveal privately as well.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says they did not discuss whether Trump would seek to remove Powell from his role. Powell's term as Fed chair expires in May of next year.
Well, President Trump will hold a news conference with Elon Musk later today at the White House to mark Musk's departure from Doge. We get the latest from Bloomberg's John Tucker. John.
And Lisa, the event gives an opportunity for the president and his biggest campaign benefactor to dispel any notion of an acrimonious divorce. In a post last night, President Trump said this will be his last day, but not really, because he will always be with us, helping all the way. Elon is terrific. In the past 2 weeks, Musk has sworn off future political donations and also criticized Trump's signature tax and spending cut proposal. The world's richest man had already announced he was pulling back from the so-called Department of Government Efficiency in order to spend more time running his various companies. His full exit comes at a critical time for Tesla, which is set to roll out full self-driving cars and a robo-taxi service. The Musk event isn't the only thing on the president's schedule. He's going to travel to U.S. Steel today after announcing a deal with Japan's Nippon Steel. I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. We'll catch President Trump and Elon Musk comments live here on Bloomberg, scheduled for 1:30 Wall Street time this afternoon on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube.
All right, we now turn to the latest developments in the Middle East. Israel has accepted a U.S. ceasefire proposal for Gaza. It involves a 60-day pause in fighting and restores UN-led aid distribution to the enclave. Now, the proposal includes Hamas releasing 10 live hostages and returning the remains of 18 who died in captivity, as well as engaging in negotiations toward a permanent end to the fighting. Hamas has criticized the proposal as one-sided and has not officially responded.
And to the markets now, Lisa, where futures are lower as we head into the last trading day of May. Traders are trying to navigate growing uncertainty about tariffs that are mired in legal battles. Rebecca Patterson, a former chief investment strategist at Bridgewater Associates.
The tariff level we settle at, I believe, will still be significantly higher than where we were at the beginning of the year. To me, at the end of the day, we're going to have volatility continuing, and I think we still have a bias of risk that U.S. bond yields, government bond yields, are sticky or biased higher. And that is going to be something that acts as a cap on equity sentiment.
Former chief investment strategist at Bridgewater Associates, Rebecca Patterson, also says investors will be paying close attention to a key economic report this morning. It's the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, excluding food and energy, the Fed's preferred gauge of underlying inflation. And Bloomberg Surveillance will bring you the numbers with context live at 8:30 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. For the sixth time in Stanley Cup playoff history, the same two teams will meet in the final 2 years in a row. It'll be again Florida against Edmonton. The Oilers wrapped up the West, winning Game 5 at Dallas 6-3. They were up 3-0 8 minutes in. NBA playoffs, the Knicks stayed alive. They beat the Pacers 111-94. Jalen Brunson scored 32. The Pacers still lead the series 3-2. The Yankees and Dodgers start a series
accounted for something like 2% of overall revenues. So, if you are looking at tariffs as a source of fixing the deficit, that's going to be still a very high bar. And so if you are a deficit hawk, it doesn't look like these tariffs are really a solution to that. And so bringing it back to what's happening in terms of the reconciliation bill, funding, things like that, that's going to be a concern.
What a year we have ahead of us. And it's already felt like it was a decade.
Yeah.
Kayla, thank you so much for joining. We really appreciate, so generous with your time. Kayla Cedar of State Street. All right, as we head to the end of the hour, a quick check on your markets. A little bit weaker, but not that much going on. S&P 500 futures down about 0.2%. It is a stronger dollar, snapping some multiple days of weakness. You're looking at U.S. 10-year yields, little change. But we did have the latest survey from Bank of America, the Flow Show, looking at data showing the biggest outflow of global equities so far of 2025. All right, that's it for your Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance takes things from here. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is a continent of contrasts. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Minso, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "거미 불루, 화이 불치." It means simple, but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
There is not an all clear from a tariff policy perspective.
We know the administration is going to push back. They're going to push back hard.
The tariff levels that we had yesterday are probably going to be the tariff levels that we have tomorrow.
It would be a little bit foolish for countries to just assume that this is over.
The worst case is definitely off the table, no matter what happens in the court case.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Good morning. Welcome back. It is Friday at the end of a very long month. We are poised for the biggest monthly game since November and an increasing focus on economic data as traders grow increasingly numb to policy roulette. Yesterday, a perfect example of this, with traders getting really excited about the courts possibly rejecting some of President Trump's tariffs. And then Anne-Marie getting a reality check.
A reality check where basically nothing's changed. The courts basically said in this appeal that the policy can stay at the moment while it works its way through
through the courts. In the meantime, front page of the Wall Street Journal this morning is also talking about the fact that even if this was to be struck down in the courts using a VAIPA, the administration has multitude of options they can go through, and they're working through that. And that's basically what Peter Navarro told us yesterday on this program. Nothing's changed. We have other avenues. Meanwhile, the Treasury Secretary last night sounded confident that some trade deals would come to fruition. He said this morning in his office will be a big Japanese delegation. The question is on China, though. He says talks there have stalled.
All we can say is heads are spinning, and a lot of people are starting to ignore the daily grind and fire hose of data and information that we get on the policy front. However, the economic front is getting more and more relevant. Today, we have personal consumption, personal income, and core PCE, which is the key inflation metric that may shed some light on the underlying inflation picture at a time when suddenly that is the most relevant aspect for a lot of traders.
Absolutely. Everyone wants to see whether or not the hard data is going to weaken to where we have seen a lot of the soft data and a lot of these surveys. What's so interesting also is the timing of all this. This is coming at a time when the Fed said they are fully data dependent. They're looking at the economic data, and they said that to the president's face just yesterday when Jay Powell went into the White House for his first meeting with Donald Trump since inauguration.
So let's talk about that. Do we have any color about what actually ignited this meeting with Jay Powell going there and President Trump telling him, hey, you need to cut rates, and Powell saying, not really?
I'm not sure exactly what ignited it. I think the fact of the matter is it is normal for the president to sit down with his Fed chair. Although the Fed came out and made it very clear they didn't discuss monetary policy, but this is what the press secretary had to say. The president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries. So this is what they're saying very publicly, but we already know where the president stands when it comes to monetary policy.
Meanwhile, very much all eyes focused, the drumbeat ahead of jobs that we get next Friday, which could really determine how much of a boom or a bust we get in the key bond market, which has been the real arbiter for so many different metrics. We are seeing the likely jobless claims. Yesterday, we did get initial jobless claims and continuing claims pick up to levels that were somewhat concerning. And there is this issue of how much the consumer confidence data matters. Today, we get University of Michigan sentiment data at a time. How much is this White House aware of polling and the idea that sentiment has actually bounced back quite considerably in the past couple of weeks?
I think one thing was really key when we saw the confidence report, the survey recently, and that was the fact that in there you had consumers say gas prices are lower. That is something this administration really wants to see, and it's actually pivotal to their entire economic agenda.
Right now, we are seeing stocks coming off just a little bit, but it has been the biggest monthly gains if it continues so far this year, going back to November. Right now, just a little bit softer on all of the indexes. Yesterday, we eked out a gain after the roller coaster of what we got in terms of trade news. In bond markets, you are seeing yields pretty much somnolent. Coming up, John Solsvis of Oppenheimer as the rally fades on tariff uncertainty. Neil Dutta of Renmac with President Trump putting Fed Chair Jay Powell in the hot seat again. And Steve Englander of Standard Chartered on why a U.S. dollar crunch might be looming. We begin this hour with stocks steady, the rally fading as tariff jitters once again consume markets. John Solsvis of Oppenheimer staying bullish, writing, we remain positive on equities. Pullbacks earlier this year have mostly looked like trims and haircuts for the S&P 500. John joins us now. John, wonderful to see you. Happy Friday. It feels like a very long week, a very long month. Does the rally that we have seen in the month of May make you more or less excited about getting in?
Oh, it makes me more excited of staying in and then looking for any babies that get thrown out with the bathwater as we go through inevitable some volatility going forward as things get worked out in Washington and among other countries around the world and between parties.
What have we learned over the past month? And I don't mean this from some sort of existential level, but in terms of how companies are dealing with the tariff uncertainty and the tariff reality that's already been imposed.
I think what we've learned is that it is most certainly idiosyncratic. So it depends upon the management of a company, what type of business they're in, where they are sourcing their goods, or where what the effects of tariff policy are on them when you look at just earnings season. I mean, earnings season for the S&P 500, it's over 12% earnings growth year over year. You've got three sectors, or if not four sectors, double-digit earnings growth. Among them includes both technology and communication services, two sectors that were practically written off for dead at different points this year by some analysts. So we think, if anything, this is the reality of an environment in which we're seeing a very different change offered by this current administration in Washington related to trade. And it's a policy that was in place for, well, it goes all the way back to the end of World War II when the U.S. rebuilt the world, but it's 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, right up to now years. Essentially, we've given away so much of our manufacturing processes. We are the consumer of the world, okay? So while the rest of the world has built overcapacity in manufacturing. So
yeah, well, let's put the concept aside of what the ultimate goal is and go to the actual implementation of it, given the fact that we've had a lot of back and forth about what the policies are, and a lot of companies have said, look, we're okay with tariffs. We can manage through it. Just tell us what they are and give us some policy certainty. Do we have any more policy certainty today than we did on April 30th?
I would think not a heck of a lot more, except we do know one thing that we have seen since as this year has progressed, has been a willingness by the administration to extend deadlines related to tariffs that appear onerous. The April 2nd rates of tariffs were stunning. I mean, we weren't looking for that, and I think the market reacted, the administration responded. So I think but I do think it is, ultimately, I'd rely on music a lot for things. I think it's what the Temptations used to sing, which is the way you do the things you do. And I think there's a real issue here in terms of how things are communicated sometimes by the administration and by their detractors also, which actually extends the process of arriving at some kind of resolution, I believe. But who's asking me, other than you're so kind to ask me? I don't think either the administration or the opposition to the administration is asking me for an opinion.
Well, what have you learned in this whole process? Not to be too cute, but that idea of the taco trade. Trump always chickens out. Is there truth to that? Because we have seen him take these reprieves when the market has pushed back.
Well, I think I don't know if it's so much that he chickens out, but he certainly does change his regime in terms of the policy of the day, and that probably has to do with the art of the deal, which is a book that I think I'm going to order from the big box delivery people today. I think I haven't read it in all these years, but I think I better. But when I look at it, I think this is a process. It's impacted by the fact that every day is one day closer to the midterm elections. And in that process, I think that that's why so many things have been implemented so quickly, and perhaps in a way that has not been has been well received, that might be better received if discussed and negotiated.
You mentioned the art of the deal. There's lots of different trade negotiations going on right now, but the most important one, arguably for the market, is with China. And the Treasury Secretary says those talks have stalled. How concerning is that for the direction of travel for equities?
I think it certainly is if it were to go on for an intermediate to long period of time, but in a short period during negotiations, we would expect in tough negotiations, both sides with definite opinions that are in conflict with each other. I think it's quite normal. It's never easy, this kind of thing, and I think it's unrealistic for us to expect so. Traders will play it either way on a day-to-day, minute-to-minute basis. But for intermediate term to a longer-term investors, we'll come out of this in some format that'll likely be good for the markets.
It's why I find so shocking sometimes that people think we're past peak uncertainty when it comes to trade policy. If you look at Trump's first administration, phase one trade deal took years, and they were just dealing with China. Aren't we going to see stop-and-go reactions from Beijing and Washington for the next 6-12 months?
You never know. The big problem for China is they have phenomenal overcapacity in manufacturing and a domestic economy that still is not big enough 40 years
As my birthday signals another milestone in my life, I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly. For
Last time I think you came on Bloomberg TV, you were speaking with my colleague Linda, about 6 weeks back. You weren't worried about growth. Stagflation was one of the concerns that you brought up at that point. Does it still seem the way that we're headed in that direction?
So yeah, absolutely. When we spoke last, stagflation risk was there. I would argue that while risk has come down, there is a continued potential of stagflation. However, things have moved on, and I think one of the calls we made early on, and actually already coming into this year, around diversification and diversifying across geographies, currencies, sectors, has worked out really well. So diversification it is, and diversification remains a key theme for investors and for building better investment portfolios.
Yeah, and I think certainly with the facade of U.S. exceptionalism started to go away, you are getting more portfolio flows coming out. What are you seeing as far as wealth flows are concerned, to the point you're making on needing to diversify, especially now?
Look, clients are looking at this world coming into 2025 and seeing that having a more diversified portfolio, thinking about how you allocate capital in different currencies, different sectors, but of course regionally as well. Look at the European indices, look at Hang Seng just here in Hong Kong. Yeah. You look at these indices, you are clearly, if you're thinking about the equity space, think about diversification, think about the bond market as much as, of course, alternatives. So fundamentally, we've been very much focused on helping our clients invest on a diversified basis, and I think that's working quite well. At the end of the day, in an environment with a lot of volatility and uncertainty, while we have a pause around tariffs at this point in time, there will be continued volatility. We expect continued volatility. And in that perspective, I think being diversified, thinking in scenarios, that is absolutely key. And that's what we're helping our clients think through, work through, and help them invest accordingly.
Is the assumption for rates still to go down?
Well, look, I think we are starting to see inflation numbers come down to some extent, right? Having said that, there clearly is a perspective of timing around rates. We do continue to expect that rates will come down. It's a question of time, and of course, as we see further data come out, and also just let's not forget the uncertainty we still have around tariffs and the environment itself. So I do feel that while we will see rates come down, it's a question of timing.
Right. And it's puzzling to us sometimes. To your point, you look at the equity benchmarks in Europe, you look at here in Hong Kong, it's as if nothing happened in April. You know, we're back to those levels before those Liberation Day announcements were made, and even more. But the bond markets seem to be dancing to a separate tune. We seem to be getting higher and higher yields on the long end. Which asset should I believe?
So look, I think what is interesting clearly is after some of the adjustments and some of the events that we saw earlier this year, even S&P is at more than 5,900, so actually higher than when we started this year. And yes, absolutely, European equity markets as well as Hang Seng are doing quite well. In the bond market, or overall long-term rates, of course, are impacted by fiscal policy and of course also what is to come, specifically in the U.S. when it comes to the U.S. budget and anything around deficit and the overall plan that is to be implemented. I think you're seeing that impact more on the longer rate curve.
Do you get a sense that your clients are concerned about, well, let me phrase it this way, fiscal health of the U.S., in other words, their exposure to the U.S. dollar?
You know, if you think about wealth management clients specifically, I think we need to differentiate between institutional clients, of course, sovereigns, and then, of course, wealth clients. If your question is around wealth clients, I think generally one of the things that one should never forget about wealth clients is wealth clients have the choice to invest, right? Yes, they're looking for a risk-adjusted return, but they can easily dial up and dial down in terms of what their cash holdings are and how they're investing. We very much focus on the long-term view and help our clients build a core portfolio. And around that core portfolio, we would look at investment satellites. So core portfolio typically would be your balanced type portfolio. You can then sort of like try to figure out what your regional or geographical diversification is, and then satellites would be alternatives, gold, other asset classes that can fundamentally help you deliver better returns.
Do you get a sense that increasingly more allocations from wealth clients are going into alternatives, private markets, gold, what have you? And how are you positioning the business to be able to deal with those flows, if any?
Look, I think with the entire sort of theme of democratization of alternatives, we've definitely seen a significant growth of alternatives and alternative investments in clients' portfolios. It is still at a lower percentage when you think about an aggregated perspective of wealth portfolios. So there's probably still some way to go in terms of diversification into alts.
Okay.
But yeah, absolutely. We see continued demand for alternatives within a construction of a portfolio. Again, we're less about product, we're much more about advice and how we help our clients diversify and fundamentally create and construct better investment portfolios.
The opportunities in Europe have re-emerged this year, I think, to the point you were making earlier on. Are you getting more interest coming from Asian clients, Asian-based clients, for what they can do in Europe?
I think we just launched our Global Family Office report, which is sort of a survey of some of the most, some of the largest, but also most successful family offices. And what you're seeing there is fundamentally this perspective that we started out with, which is global diversification, global investment, where yes, Europe is becoming more interesting, but also Asia. I was just in the Middle East a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that became quite clear was a lot of investors in the Middle East want to increase their allocation to Asia. It's interesting now here at the AIC, out of the more than 3,500 participants, we've got more than 500 participants from some of the most significant family offices and ultra-high investors. So clearly there's this theme emerging of, how do I think about global investing?
Yeah.
How do I think about my portfolio? And while I was probably overweight a specific jurisdiction, how do I think about balancing that out? And Europe and Asia feature in that discussion, just like the Middle East as well.
Let's talk about the business. Are you happy with the size of the business in the Asia Pacific? Are you looking to add, or the opposite?
So look, I think we're very privileged and very grateful that our clients have been very gracious in supporting us. We had a very strong quarter in the first quarter of this year. Record results across the businesses. I think we have clearly been able to gain market share and grow our business. And look, Asia contributes to more than 60% of GDP growth, more than 50% of world's population. So we do believe in Asia. We have a significant business out here in Asia, and we're very grateful to our clients for the support that we get.
What priorities do you have for the non-wealth part of the franchise here in the Asia Pacific?
So we have a very, very strong franchise in wealth, as you know, #1 franchise out here in Asia. Very strong markets and securities franchise, #1, #2, depending on which jurisdictions you count into it or not. We really are very strong in research, and we've been gaining traction in banking. So fundamentally, across those key businesses, we continue to invest and continue to build out. And of course, let's not forget our asset management business, where we have very strong joint ventures, specifically in China, and are also growing accordingly. So I would say across all our key businesses, we've had the privilege and the support of our clients.
There's a decision in Switzerland, first week of March, I believe it's June 6th, on this draft bill, this reform bill, as far as effectively how much the bank will need to set aside. Wondering how you're thinking about that, or is that simply up to regulators for now?
So look, I think we as UBS have a rock-solid balance sheet, strong capital base, strong liquidity position. I think it makes us very attractive for clients, and that's why I also think clients entrust their wealth to us, which is quite relevant and important. We will see when the bill comes out, and then we'll work through that proactively and reactively.
No plan? Are there plan Bs? Are there alternative plans that you guys are talking about in the event it's a decision not exactly in the interest of the bank? Let's put it that way.
Well, look, we'll wait till the bill comes. We'll wait till the bill comes out, and then we'll work through it.
Let's talk about the here and now. Big conference. How many attendees? I heard it's record.
It is record. It's more than 3,500. Asia's back. If you didn't get an invite, you're not joining this conference, I think you're missing out.
Yeah.
It clearly feels like the place to be. As I mentioned, more than 500 family offices and ultra investors, a significant amount of key institutional investors. We've got a great lineup of speakers, great sessions, more than 80 speakers, 45 sessions. We've got more than 350 corporates that are presenting, which represent more than 9 trillion of market cap. There's been extreme demand, clearly an increased demand versus last year or the years before in terms of actual interest around this conference, but also around the companies that are presenting as much as the speakers. So very exciting. Thank you.
You guys
Thank you for being here.
No, great space. Thank you so much for giving this. I think you've taken over a few floors here. Is there any specific panel or theme that or conversation that you're looking forward to hearing?
Well, right after this, I'll have the pleasure to kick it off, and then we're going to start with a macro outlook, geopolitical. Today, it's all about macro and geopolitics. Okay. And tomorrow, it's all about tech and AI. So I think there's going to be quite a lot of interesting things. And we've got Simone Biles, the gymnast. We just had her with a group of kids and gymnasts yesterday, which was just fantastic. And just listening to that, those screams and that energy is just, I have to say, is always inspiring.
Yeah, I heard she did. Yeah, you guys did a session with her, right, at where the big event is, the big circus is as well. Final question: you've been in Hong Kong for how long now?
Since August last year.
How do you like it?
Look, Asia is great. Overall, Asia is starting to come back. Things are improving. I have been absolutely amazed by the friendliness, the openness, but also the pragmatism, the entrepreneurial spirit, and the persistence that you see in Asia across the geographies, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and across all of the key markets that we're operating in, including Australia.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PW
Live from San Francisco to our TV and radio audiences around the world, welcome to a special edition of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Ed Ludlow. In just a few moments, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang will join us for a live interview following the company's latest earnings report. NVIDIA posting revenue of $44 billion for the fiscal first quarter. Even as a slowdown in China weighed on results, NVIDIA gave a positive outlook. I want to bring in Bloomberg's Ian King, who leads our coverage of semiconductors here at Bloomberg. And there is some math to be done because the outlook for sales in the fiscal second quarter was $45 billion, plus or minus 2%. But the big disclosure was that there was $8 billion in revenue lost because of the restrictions on H20, the China-specific chip. What else do we need to know apart from that?
Yeah, I mean, the high level is in some respects it was worse than people had feared, but in others it was much better than they had hoped. The China blow was arguably much worse than some analysts had projected. They were saying, at the worst end, we're going to see $7 billion of revenue go away here. NVIDIA said $8 billion. But guess what? Still in line or there or thereabouts with where consensus was, which means other parts of our business are doing well. This Blackwell chip that they're able to ship to other places. Obviously, they're getting supply, and that had, kind of almost made up for some of the losses that we saw from China.
There was a number, $50 billion of total addressable market in China lost. That's the way they framed it. They've said that before. Yeah. It was away from the numbers where the news was, I felt. Jensen Huang opened the earnings call in his portion addressing China head on. Yeah. That essentially that door is basically closed to them now in doing business there. What did he say?
Yeah, I mean, this was in line with what he's been doing recently, where he's basically decided there's no point in messing around here. There's no point in working behind the scenes. I'm just going to go out there and lobby publicly. What he's telling the Trump administration in particular is, look, if we lose China, if we're not allowed to play in China, we're going to be at risk competitively worldwide. It's not just the revenue. It's that because we're not in China, the Chinese companies are going to start to do it themselves. Thinking that China cannot do AI is wrong. You need to let us play there. That was his main message.
He said that China will carry on with AI with or without NVIDIA in the US. Bloomberg's Ian King, thank you very much. Let's get the investors' reaction. Ayako Yoshioka, Portfolio Consulting Director at Wealth Enhancement Group, joins us here on Bloomberg Technology. You listened to the call. Your main takeaways, please.
Sure. And, I think what Jensen said in terms of the AI era is here. I think that's the long-term takeaway. We didn't get answers on China. However, we know that demand is very strong, and it's going to be strong for many years. There's still a lot of catalysts at NVIDIA that's going to propel the stock for quite some time.
I asked you on the show this morning what the biggest question was. We agreed it was China. Were all of your answers given in what you were looking for to understand the future of NVIDIA's business in that market?
No, I wish we had, more details, but I think, Jensen and Colette gave as much as they could in regards to what is currently the situation with China. So there's not a whole lot we can do about it. I think we're all just going to have to wait and see whether or not they can come up with, a cheaper Blackwell. Perhaps there's other ways that they can sell into the China market. But for now, they're effectively closed to China, as they said during the call. So, that's going to have to wait for more engineering and perhaps more news out of the administration.
I want to bring Bloomberg's Ian King back into the conversation, Ayoko. Help us understand what Jensen Huang explained on the call, that they have a product or a category of products called Hopper. And as far as I understand the explanation, taking into account current US technology export controls, they have engineered that product, that chip, to its lowest possible level of performance. What happened after that? Jensen essentially said it cannot get any less performant than that.
Yeah, I mean, the way to understand it is to go back. Hopper is a fundamental design that was the most important chip, arguably, in this AI revolution. Rules came in, and these rules aren't like you can't send this chip there. What they do is they set parameters, whether it's speed or memory or interface. All of these technical parameters get set in place and say you cannot have a chip that goes beyond these capabilities, and send that to China. H20 was then a reaction to that. Hey, we'll make a chip that doesn't trigger these concerns, doesn't trigger these rules, and we'll send that. And then what's happened is basically the goalposts have been shifted again on NVIDIA. So now they're at a point where we can't make this any worse and still have anything worth selling.
Oyoko, the outlook for the fiscal second quarter is sales of $45 billion plus or minus 2%. But at the same time, NVIDIA told us that there was $8 billion in lost revenue opportunity relating to China and H20. To me, that seems like somewhere in their business, in some geography, they found more demand and they sold more of something than they had initially anticipated. Have you been able to work that out?
Absolutely. I mean, I think consensus numbers were closer to 47, 48 billion for 2Q prior to the export ban. And so if you add back that 8 billion that they said they lost for 2Q, they'd be closer to 53 billion. And so, you know, the demand was very, very strong. And I think that continues. And I think we also got great information about margins in the second half. So really strong numbers and solid guidance out of NVIDIA.
Very shortly, Oyoko, we're going to speak to Jensen Huang live on this program. What's your question for NVIDIA's CEO?
No, I think in terms of AI, just how things play out, especially on the enterprise. I think one of the things that he talked about is that enterprise AI, is going to have to be back on-prem. It's a little full circle for me when everything used to be on-prem and we moved everything to the cloud, and now we're bringing back parts of it onto the premises as we need to protect those enterprise-specific data. So I would love to understand how he views all of that playing out going forward.
Okay, Ashoka, stay with us for just a moment. I'm looking at some of the after-hours performance. NVIDIA shares up more than 4% off after-hours highs. But then there are the other names, the other chip makers, those server assembly firms, Supermicro, Dell. In the memory space, Micron, Qualcomm is not as high as some of the others. Marvell, which got a shout-out on the call from NVIDIA. Bloomberg Z and King, those after-hours moves are interesting because basically the market is projecting a bit of confidence that all the big picture stuff that Jensen's been talking about for some time appears intact. In other words, a commitment to continue investing in the infrastructure that supports AI.
Yeah, I mean, they want Uncle Jensen to tell everybody that everything's okay, and that's essentially what he tried to do today. But what is important to pick up on what our guest just said, NVIDIA again said, guess what, these 4 or 5 big customers that are buying all of our gear, they're still 50%. So for the scenario that Jensen outlined to come true, which is that the enterprise is really using AI, that number has to go down. We have to see a large percentage go down.
Oyoko Ashoka, who's Portfolio Consulting Director at Wealth Enhancement Group. We don't talk as often about Colette Kress, the CFO of NVIDIA, but she spoke for the first 25 minutes of that earnings call. And throughout it, she was going into great detail about all of NVIDIA's customers away from the hyperscalers, all kinds of healthcare and industrial and robotics and consulting firms. But I don't quite understand that side of NVIDIA's business, the software side, where they're not just selling GPUs to those that are building data centers. Do you?
I think it's more the AI factories that they were talking about in conjunction with, the software. I think everybody needs to sort of pipe in and make sure they are getting AI in the manner in which they want to get it, whether it's through, the public cloud, which I think most enterprises are accessing some of that through that channel, or other ways. And I think everybody's trying to explore how best to get the most out of AI from NVIDIA.
There was some discussion, Ian King, about recent announcements from the Middle East. Actually, there wasn't a great lot of detail, particularly in how that relates to top-line growth going forward. But there was something that Jensen Huang said about what he's doing next week. He said, next week, I will go to Europe. And in the context of further announcements, there's this expectation that Europe will start doing what others are doing, which is building out AI infrastructure. What did you make of that, and what was the sort of between the lines message, I think, that Jensen Huang was trying to share?
Yeah, I mean, the underlying message here is, and this is a theme that he's been sort of forcing on us for a while, has been sovereign AI, that a lot of countries around the world want to keep their data within their borders, and that the only way to do that is to build systems locally. We obviously saw the announcements in Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, and so he got asked, hey, when's this going to help you? Wouldn't answer that, but then he said, so will there be more announcements, Jensen? And he was like smiling, although we couldn't see him, and saying, I'm on my way to Europe, you can expect more announcements.
Ayako, part of the question that the analyst posed to Jensen Huang was that analyst saying historically, and remember this company's been around a fair amount of time, there were moments on prior earnings calls where either Jensen Huang or Colette Kress would give the street something that was evidence that the big picture investment cycle was intact over a multi-year horizon, is how the analyst put it, that they could see that what was happening would continue. What was your reaction to the response to that question?
Sure. I mean, I think it was pretty positive in that, you know, their vision for how AI is going to impact every industry, every country is pretty spot on. It's been spot on. I think we're all trying to figure out how best to utilize it and what the parameters are, but it's impacting us in a true fundamental way. And I think that's something that NVIDIA has been talking about for quite some time.
Jensen Huang talked about his relationship with President Trump. He said that he trusts the president, that the president has a plan and a vision. Whether you are on the sell side or the buy side, when you listen to something like that, can you model for it the CEO of a technology company's relationship with the President of the United States and what that might mean for this company going forward?
That's a really difficult thing to model for, especially when, you know, headlines can make changes pretty quickly. I think the one thing that you can rely on is, at least, you know, Jensen was talking about how manufacturing is going to be more high tech, more automated. We're not talking about, you know, low tech coming back, low manufacturing coming back to the United States. And I think that's the vision that we want to see going forward, especially in the United States.
I'm just looking again at the after-hours trade. NVIDIA higher 4.3% in late trading. Looking at other movers, Supermicro, Dell, some of the server assemblers also higher, in part because of that sort of broader confidence of what this means for AI infrastructure in King. NVIDIA off its after-hours highs, though. You know, there was a moment in the earnings call where people started to say, have we answered the China question? I think it's worth recapping the basics. The outlook for the fiscal second quarter, $45 billion of revenue, plus or minus 2%, but also this $8 billion figure of lost revenues because of the restrictions on H20 in China. What were the other numbers that we needed to look at?
Yeah, I mean, as our guest mentioned, you know, margins have been a concern, right? I mean, it's all a high-class problem, but what the company was able to do today, which I'm sure helped, was to say, look, despite all of the noise, despite all of the China, despite of everything else, we are still on course to get back to that 75% range later this year. And again, that is an astronomically high level for a company that is in this particular industry. And you know, the fact that there were even concerns about it heading towards 70% is kind of arguably a joke anyway. But again, you know, Colette Kress, CFO, was, yep, don't worry, we'll get back there, and adding reassurance, adding back, you know, I think to that list of ticked off concerns that Wall Street had about NVIDIA.
There is a longer-term story about NVIDIA's supply chain, Ayoko, and that's that it is, like many others, onshoring. They are working to assemble more of the server design, the complete package that goes into the data center here in America, insofar as NVIDIA can control it. Jensen Huang spoke really positively about that as one of the good pieces of news. But the cost of doing business in this country is higher than other places in the world. How do you prepare for that as an investor, and when you think about NVIDIA's quarterly earnings going forward?
Sure. So, you know, I think he's especially called out a lot of partnerships, too, with TSMC, especially in Arizona, and the build out that they're doing out in Arizona. So I think, that they're all talking about this and planning for this in a very methodical way. And the costs are going to be the costs, but I do think that, again, we're bringing back higher tech. It's not going to be too low tech, and that is going to cost quite a bit, and it's going to be difficult to do, but they're also generating just so much cash. I mean, to Ian's point, margins at 75% on, a company that's generating 120 billion plus in revenues. We're talking free cash flow, which is just astronomical for a company that was only generating $27 billion in annual revenue just 2 years ago.
Ayoko Yoshioka, Portfolio Consulting Director at Wealth Enhancement Group, Bloomberg's Ian King, who leads semiconductor coverage. That is the numbers you need to know and the reaction to NVIDIA's earnings report. Coming up, we'll continue our coverage of NVIDIA's earnings results and tune in for our conversation with CEO Jensen Huang. That's coming up after a short break. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Exhausted investors digesting the latest tariff talk out of Washington.
The only thing you can do is prepare.
Let's bring in NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang following the company's earnings and analyst call. Jensen, thank you for your time here on Bloomberg Technology. You went into great detail about what's happening, particularly in China. I just wanted to go over something that I felt wasn't asked, which is fiscal second quarter sales, $45 billion plus or minus 2%. $8 billion of lost revenue opportunity, specifically relating to China in H20. It seems as if you made up somewhere some demand for a different product or from a different geography or from a different corner of the market. What was that?
Well, we got a whole bunch of engines firing right now. The biggest one, of course, is the reasoning AI inference. The demand is just off the charts. You see the popularity of all these AI services now, ChatGPT, Gemini, so on and so forth, Grok. I mean, they're just doing incredibly well across the board. And all of the APIs that they serve out and all the agentic AI services that are built on top of them, they're all doing incredibly well. I think that there's just a giant breakthrough in AI's capability, and inferencing has just become a giant workload. Second, people realize that Blackwell is just a home run. NVLink 72 is a home run architecture. We designed it to be a thinking machine, a reasoning AI system. And I think people now, the confluence of the breakthrough in reasoning AI and the availability, now the emergence of Grace Blackwell, NVLink 72, perfect timing. I think that's at the core, a big part of it. And the second part of it is that our supply chain is growing and we're really ramping it up and they're doing fantastically for us. And so all of these things are all coming together.
And so it is fair to say that some of that additional supply on Blackwell and the demand for Blackwell kind of made up for the opportunity lost in China, at least in the outlook for this current period?
Yeah, I guess so. But, you can't underestimate the importance of the China market. This is the second largest AI market. This is the home of the world's largest population of AI researchers. And we want all of the world's AI researchers and all of the world's developers to be building on American stacks. And so, irrespective of the near-term revenue success that we have, we can't ignore the fact that the Chinese market is very important.
You explained, again, in some detail, that at least in the Hopper architecture, you have engineered down to the lowest spec possible. It's not possible to do anything different with Hopper for the Chinese market. But in your consideration for a different architecture or a chip for the Chinese market, Is that what we're talking about, a new design or new class? And have you made that proposal to the administration, just designing from the ground up a new chip?
We're still thinking through that. They're just the limitations are quite stringent, quite limited, if you will. H20 is as far down as we could take a hopper. We don't know how to make it even less, and so that's really the limit. So there aren't main, the limitations are quite stringent. So we have to really think through it. Whatever we make ultimately has to add value to the market, and so it's a really tightrope because the Chinese competitors have evolved and advanced greatly over the last year. Like everybody else, they're doubling, quadrupling their capabilities every year, and the volume is increasing substantially. And remember, these are data center chips; they don't have to be small; they could be quite large. Without American technology, the availability of Chinese technology will fail the market. And so, whatever we offer has to at least be competitive and has to add value to the market.
Jensen, does Huawei have an AI accelerator or a GPU that is performant as H20 or is performant of other classes of GPU that you make?
Huawei's technology, based on our best understanding at the moment, and we have a lot of ground truth there, is probably comparable to an H200. And so they've been moving quite fast, and they've also offered this new system called Cloud Matrix that scales up to even a larger system than our latest generation Grace Blackwell. And so Huawei, as you know, is a formidable technology company, and they're not sitting still, and they look for ways to compete, and they're quite formidable.
With that in mind, you've kind of explained the landscape now, NVIDIA's ability to operate in China. I mean, you and I this year alone have already discussed the idea that there are 50% of the world's AI researchers in or from China. But are you having a sense of the vacuum created that those big names, I think about Tencent or Alibaba or Baidu, that were buyers of H20, that they've already pivoted and turned to the offering from Huawei because of the policy that is in place?
Yeah, they have no choice but to, one of the challenges of the changing regulations is the ability for markets to trust the NVIDIA and ultimately American platforms. And so it's prudent, I think, for the Chinese customers to make sure that they develop their stack on Huawei, and because it's hard to rely on American technology at this point. And so that's one of the unfortunate parts of changing policies. But anyhow, I have every confidence that if able to compete, American companies will compete. This is, to write off American technology companies is not smart. This is the home of some of the brightest computer scientists in the world. American companies are incredibly competitive. We just have to have the confidence to go compete. And if we have the confidence to compete, we will win.
You said during the earnings call that you trust President Trump and that the president has a vision and a plan. Could I ask if you've talked to him about that plan and if it includes coordinating with NVIDIA on policy adjustment that relates to changes in technology export controls?
Well, obviously, I don't know all of his ideas, but let me tell you about two that are incredible. The first one is utterly visionary. The idea of tariffs being a pillar of a bold vision to reindustrialize, to onshore manufacturing, and motivate the world to invest in the United States and is just an incredible vision. I think this is going to be a transformative idea for the next century for us. We're all in on the idea. We're setting up plants and encouraging our partners from around the world to invest in the United States, and we have a lot of stuff going on, and so I'm very excited about that. The second major idea is to rescind the AI diffusion rule, recognizing that this isn't about limiting American technology, but this is about accelerating American stacks around the world to make sure that before it's too late, that the world builds on American stacks during this extraordinary time, the AI era. And so these two initiatives are completely visionary, and it's going to be transformative for America.
Jensen, in the time that you and I have been on air having this conversation, some news has broken from US Secretary of State Rubio, who has said that the US will begin revoking some Chinese student visas. What I wanted to ask you is that with US government limits on foreign student visas, how does that impact a company like NVIDIA? I think about the size, but also composition of your engineering talent here in California and elsewhere in the United States.
I believe the administration still feels very strongly about the incredible importance of immigration. Look, I'm an immigrant. I know many immigrants that came to the United States to build a great life, and many of us have contributed greatly to the technology industry and the United States. I believe that that's going to have to continue. Remember, people from all over the world want to come to the United States. This is just such an extraordinary country with such incredible opportunities. We want the brightest to come here. We don't want others to. We don't want everybody to be able to come here. And there should be rules. But nonetheless, for the ones that really can make a contribution, want to make a difference, we want to make it possible for them to come here and bring their great ideas, bring their great intellect, and help us build a great America. And so I think the administration is all in on that, and I don't think anything that they've said changes that.
Jensen, I surveyed our Bloomberg Technology audience around the world for questions for you, and I think the most common question is understanding who NVIDIA's customers are away from the hyperscalers, but actually many questions about Elon Inc. and whether Tesla and XAI in aggregate might actually be one of the biggest customers you have. You think about not just the data center chips, but the chips specific for Optimus or in the cars, the Omniverse component. Could you speak a little about that?
We do a lot of business with Tesla and XAI. Elon's, as you know, is just an extraordinary engineer, and I love working with him. We've built some amazing computers together. We're going to build many more computers together, and the work that he's doing in Grok, his self-driving car, his Optimus, these are all, every single one of them world-class, every single one of them revolutionary, every single one of them are going to be gigantic opportunities, and we're delighted, I'm delighted to be working with him on that, and so I think the Optimus opportunity is just right around the corner. It's very likely that human robots are going to be robots that we can deploy into the world relatively easily. And this is the first robot that really has a chance to achieve the high volume and technology scale necessary to advance technology. And so I think this is likely to be the next multi-trillion-dollar industry. And I'm very excited for him.
Jensen, let's end by talking about Europe. You alluded to a trip you're taking next week. It sounds as if the infrastructure build-out in Europe is coming. Where will you be visiting and who will you be speaking with?
Well, I'm going to leave the who as a surprise for all of you, but I'll be seeing lots of heads of states, and I'll be in France and UK and Germany and Belgium, and I think that it's very clear now that every country recognizes that artificial intelligence, like electricity, like internet, like communications, is part of a national infrastructure. No society could do without intelligence, as you know, and there's an awakening that every country has to take some initiative to ensure that their country and their society has access to artificial intelligence, and so we're really delighted to be able to work with work with the European countries to bring AI infrastructure to them and work with them to build AI factories. There's an umpteen number of AI factory projects in discussion and development, and so I'm really excited to make this trip. We're going to be all over Europe.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, thank you.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Okay, let's get reaction from the analysts. Gil Luria, D.A. Davidson, Managing Director, joins us. Gil, whether it's to what you just heard Jensen Huang say or it was in the numbers that you saw, what is your big takeaway of the last couple of hours?
That add this result to a long list of accomplishments from NVIDIA. The fact that they can exceed expectations for the quarter and guide for sequential revenue growth while one of their biggest markets, their second biggest market, is really frozen, is very impressive. And that's why the stock's up after hours. This isn't as bad as it could have been, considering the fact they had to stop selling H20s on April 9th into China and had to write off a substantial amount of inventory. So that's a significant accomplishment. The other takeaway, though, is the company's been very careful in how it's communicated this message, but let me make it a little bit more clear. We are currently frozen out of China, and if we remain frozen out of China, that's going to have a material negative impact on the results of the company, which is to say they probably will not be able to accomplish the goals that the consensus estimates have for them for next year if they can't get back into China. So they are actively lobbying the administration, the US administration, to find a way to be able to return to the Chinese market. And that seems to still be a negotiation. That's why the company is so effusive in talking about the administration. That's why the company is so clear about their reasoning for why they should be able to sell into China and how negative it would be if they are not able to sell into China.
Gil, stay with us. I want to bring in Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Kunjan Sabani to the conversation. You've published your React document. You have your model and your numbers, but you and I both agree the big question was where did the makeup come from on the demand side? Where did they sell to, noting the $8 billion lost revenue opportunity out of China?
Yeah, if you unpack the numbers and put the H20 impact aside, this would have been a blown-out quarter where they would have beat the result and the outlook by 7% and 10%, which they have not done in the last 5 quarters. What this means is, based on our math, that Blackwell did $3 billion above expectations. And remember, Blackwell expectations were not brought down, both in 1Q, 2Q. That's significantly important. Having said that, China loss is a real revenue loss, but relatively so is it closed for most of its competitors.
I asked Jensen Huang, did Blackwell make up the shortfall? He said, I guess so. What's next? What happens for NVIDIA in that key market of China?
I mean, the one thing we were expecting them is to announce the new chip or any clarity around that. So I think that was the only negative out of today's call, that we didn't get that. So might create some room for uncertainty and, rumors or speculation when it comes to numbers going forward. But the other key important thing we saw today was that gross margin, again, taking the H20 ban out, came in better, which means the Blackwell yields and cost improvements are running better than we anticipated.
Gil Luria, final word to you. What happens next for NVIDIA?
We need to get clarity on what are the restrictions of selling chips into China. And given those restrictions, what is the product that NVIDIA can sell into that market? And how does it stack up against the Huawei product? I think you got Mr. Wang to acknowledge that the Huawei product is now caught up to the H200. So if all NVIDIA can introduce into that market is a product that's not as good as the H200, they probably have lost a significant part of that market. We need to get clarity on that. I would expect us to get that clarity in the next few weeks and months.
Gil Luria, D.A. Davidson, Managing Director, along with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst Kunjan Sabani. Thanks to you both. That does it for this special edition of Bloomberg Technology. Don't forget to check out our podcast. You can find it on the terminal, as well as online on Apple, Spotify, and iHeart. From San Francisco, this is Bloomberg Technology.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest developments in the global trade war. President Trump's tariffs will remain in place for now. That's after an appeals court temporarily paused a ruling that had blocked them. Derek Waldbank is our senior editor for U.S. Economics and Government.
This is going to work through the U.S. legal process. In the meantime, though, it has kind of complicated the idea that the Trump administration in this 90-day pause window was going and trying to do deals with individual countries. We really haven't seen a ton of deals come through with that. We've had the UK. A lot of others are said to be maybe close or near, but haven't gotten over the line.
Bloomberg's Derek Waldbank says that despite the temporary reprieve, the possibility remains that the appeals court could ultimately back the original ruling and block President Trump's tariff policy. However, White House officials stress President Trump has options to pursue similar tariffs through other authorities if appeals ultimately fall short.
Meanwhile, Lisa, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says trade talks with China are currently at a bit of a standstill. Bessent says a call may be required between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in order to reach a deal.
I would say that they are a bit stalled. I believe that we will be having more talks with them in the next few weeks, and I believe we may at some point have a call between the President and Party Chair Xi.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made the comments on Fox News. President Trump had said he would speak to the Chinese leader in the days after trade talks in mid-May, but that has yet to materialize.
Tensions between the U.S. and China may be growing on another front. Reuters is reporting President Trump is planning to ramp up weapons sales to Taiwan to a level exceeding the pace set during his first term. Reuters says the new weapons packages are expected to focus on missiles, munitions, and drones.
Lisa, the president met with Fed Chair Jay Powell at the White House for their first in-person meeting since the inauguration. The Fed says the president invited Powell to discuss economic developments for growth, employment, and inflation. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Trump pushed Powell to lower interest rates.
The president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries. And the president's been very vocal about that, both publicly and now I can reveal privately as well.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says they did not discuss whether Trump would seek to remove Powell from his role. Powell's term as Fed chair expires in May of next year.
President Trump will hold a news conference with Elon Musk later today at the White House to mark Musk's departure from Doge. We get the latest on that from Bloomberg's John Tucker. John.
And Lisa, the event gives an opportunity for the president and his biggest campaign benefactor to dispel any notion of an acrimonious divorce. In a post last night, President Trump said this will be his last day, but not really, because he will always be with us, helping all the way. Elon is terrific. In the past 2 weeks, Musk has sworn off future political donations and also criticized Trump's signature tax and spending cut proposal. The world's richest man had already announced he was pulling back from the so-called Department of Government Efficiency in order to spend more time running his various companies. His full exit comes at a pretty critical time for Tesla, which is set to roll out full self-driving cars and robo-taxi service. The Musk event isn't the only thing on the president's schedule today. He's also going to travel to U.S. Steel after announcing a deal with Japan's Nippon Steel. I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. I'll catch President Trump and Elon Musk comments live here on Bloomberg, scheduled for 1:30 Wall Street time this afternoon on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube.
Karen, we now turn to the latest developments in the Middle East. Israel has accepted a U.S. ceasefire proposal for Gaza. Now, it involves a 60-day pause in fighting and restores UN-led aid distribution to the enclave. The proposal includes Hamas releasing 10 live hostages and returning the remains of 18 who died in captivity, as well as engaging in negotiations toward a permanent end to the fighting. Hamas has criticized the proposal as one-sided and has not officially responded.
To the markets now, Lisa, where futures are lower as we head into the last trading day of May. Traders are trying to navigate growing uncertainty about tariffs that are mired in legal battles. Rebecca Patterson is a former chief investment strategist at Bridgewater Associates.
The tariff level we settle at, I believe, will still be significantly higher than where we were at the beginning of the year. To me, at the end of the day, we're going to have volatility continuing, and I think we still have a bias of risk that U.S. bond yields, government bond yields, are sticky or biased higher. And that is going to be something that acts as a cap on equity sentiment.
Former chief investment strategist at Bridgewater Associates, Rebecca Patterson, also says investors will be paying close attention to a key economic report this morning. It's the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, excluding food and energy, the Fed's preferred gauge of underlying inflation. Bloomberg Surveillance will bring you the numbers with context live at 8:30 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. For the sixth time in Stanley Cup playoff history, the same two teams will meet in the final 2 years in a row. It'll be again Florida against Edmonton. The Oilers wrapped up the West, winning Game 5 at Dallas 6-3. They were up 3-0 8 minutes in. NBA playoffs, the Knicks stayed alive. They beat the Pacers 111-94. Jalen Brunson scored 32. The Pacers still lead the series 3-2. The Yankees and Dodgers start a series tonight in L.A., a World Series rematch. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lisa.
Hey guys, 5 p.m. ऑलमोस्ट होने वाला है. क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा सा ऊपर आता है, यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान है, एंड नेचुरल गैस भी नीचे आता है, तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान रहेगा. बाकी यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है फॉरेक्स में, एमसीएक्स में नहीं है, इसलिए नहीं ट्रेड लगाया यहाँ पर कोई. फॉरेक्स में एक है. इंडियाज इकोनॉमी राइजेस फास्टर देन एक्सपेक्टेड. वाओ, 7.4%. लग रहा है इसी की वजह से आज इंडियन मार्केट कुछ ज़्यादा ही ऊपर था. काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ है. इंडियन मार्केट का जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है 7.4% लास्ट क्वार्टर में. ओवरऑल इंडियन मार्केट के लिए अच्छी न्यूज़ है. 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग रहेगी एंड देन 6 PM पे कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा, ये भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करता है। 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, 7:30 कंज्यूमर सेंटीमेंट का डेटा, वो भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन इस वीक का। देखोगे ना गैप ओपनिंग हुई है 130 और 145 की कैंडल के बीच में, एक अननोन गैप अप। नॉर्मली कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह होती है तब होता है ऐसा, बट यहाँ पर डायरेक्टली हुआ है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम।
When you hear a conversation and you just listened in on our talk with the Attorney General from Oregon like this, do you fear that the revenue from tariffs will go away?
Look, obviously the revenue is pretty important. It wasn't really taken into account when drafting the big, beautiful bill because we were looking more at tax revenue and some other savings that were offset by cuts that were made and reforms that were made. But what I will say is that it is incredibly important that as we look toward the budget, as we look toward the appropriations process, just like any business would, that you need some type of certainty, you need some type of predictability, and we do not have any of that right now. So I think it is difficult, not just for businesses right now to make certain decisions as this plays out in court, but it is also problematic, I think, for Congress moving forward. I think what we do know is that the temporary pause that the president had put in place on the tariffs is set to be lifted in July. We know that there are trade deals being negotiated right now with India, with Japan, and those conversations seem very promising meeting, I would have advised a more strategic, targeted approach as it related to tariffs and focusing on the most egregious actors, the countries who really are mistreating the United States very poorly, instead of the broad brush approach. And perhaps that would have eliminated some of the questions that are being asked right now legally. But we'll see what happens over the next few weeks and how this certainly plays out in court. It's my understanding that in June they have to, about a week from now, they have to provide some arguments to that Court of Appeals.
Well, as we consider kind of the uncertainty, could all of this have been avoided had Congress just exercised Article 1 authority to set levies themselves? Do you see a role for your branch to play here? Could you codify tariffs if courts are threatening to take away the president's authority to put them into place?
We can certainly codify those tariffs, and that would come before my committee, the House Ways and Means Committee. I think what we wanted to do is give the executive branch some time to negotiate better trade deals. We understand that there is certainly an argument to be made about the need to lift these barriers that we have on our products, provide more markets for entry for our products, to try to encourage repatriation of domestic manufacturing. This is something I talk about all the time, particularly as it relates to our sensitive supply chain. Pharmaceuticals is a perfect example of what we need to repatriate here in the United States. And in our big, beautiful bill, we do provide incentives for building new facilities to manufacture those types of sensitive supply chains. And I think that we hope that countries will be doing that. But yeah, it is, I think, a little bit complex. And I think part of it is because a lot has happened so fast in such a short period of time.
I want to ask you more about the bill and the next steps that are awaiting here in the Senate. We'd had the opportunity to talk with you quite a bit during the creation of this piece of legislation in the House, but it could go through some big changes. We spoke last week with your SALT caucus colleague here in New York, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, about whether he's concerned about the Senate impacting the House SALT deal specifically. Here's what he said, Congresswoman.
This obviously has been a big topic of conversation, and I'll keep those conversations private, but I certainly know that the Speaker understands how important it is that this agreement remain intact.
You know what the conventional wisdom is, and you read the analysis and hear the same people talking that we do, that the Senate doesn't feel the same way about SALT and might do away with the deal that you made on the House side. Would that make it impossible for you to vote yes on this?
Well, what I say, first of all, the tax portion of this bill is very good. I'm not just saying that because I was a House Ways and Means member who helped craft it, but it does have a lot of pro-growth, pro-jobs policies. It supports American workers, the middle class, our senior citizens, and the SALT provision is incredibly important to New York State. In fact, we also did make sure that there were no changes to the corporate SALT, both for property and income tax, which we spoke about last time I was here. But on the SALT provision, we need to make sure that we keep what we have in there, at minimum the $30,000 that I had negotiated out of the House Ways and Means Committee. But yes, to get the votes in the House, we do need, I believe, to keep the $40,000 deduction that the New York members and the California members did secure, because we are fighting for our constituents. We see the burden that's being placed on them by the mayors and governors and city and state like here in New York, and we want to provide that relief. And so that has been one of the only asks that have come out of the New York delegation is to increase that SALT deduction. We worked as a team. We got it done. We don't want the Senate to change it. Now, the Senate doesn't have any SALT senators, right? There's no senators from SALT states. So that is a problem for us. But if they want to get this done, they have to understand that this is a balancing act. We all have to give and take a little bit, and that the SALT members did negotiate this in good faith, and we got a reasonable number that is not what everybody wanted in the SALT caucus, but it gets the job done. And in my case, the number does cover 98% of my district. 98% of my constituents will benefit from that SALT relief, and we need to keep it in there.
Well, if the Senate were to say you can keep that SALT cap raise in there, but we need to find another offset somewhere, say reintroduce the question around the carried interest loophole, do you think that's something that could get back through the House?
It's possible that they could look at something like that, but what I would say is we came out with a very solid package, and I think it really does the job of balancing not just the tax relief measures that we need, the pro-growth, pro-jobs policies, the president's tax priorities, but also the reforms to Medicaid that were fair and balanced, that won't hurt states like New York, won't lower the 50% match we receive from the federal government, won't impose per capita caps, but at the same time does stop illegal immigrants from benefiting, does stop the fraudsters who are taking advantage of the program, does stop them from continuing to do that, and then also just focuses on the seniors, the disabled, the developmentally disabled, the people who this program was intended for, as well as implement work requirements for people of working age who are able-bodied, no dependents. That is very reasonable, part-time. Work, volunteer, or learn. Even if you do online classes, it qualifies toward this. And so we think that's very reasonable, supported by a vast majority of Americans. So we'll see what the Senate comes back with, but I hope they don't turn our big, beautiful bill into something that's ugly.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we...
The head of global markets for India at UBS is Gautam Tacharya to talk us through the big themes taking place under your hood right now. It's very nice to see you, by the way.
Thank you, and good to be here.
So the trade and tariffs have dominated, I'm sure, even discussions inside, and it's ironic and I guess fairly encouraging in India's case, one of the first markets to recover, and then some more. The notion that it's an insulated market, is that a good starting point for global investors?
It is, because that gives you a lot of resilience, especially in a globally uncertain environment. And resilience is in a couple of ways. One is trade economics-wise, India is the least vulnerable compared to many economies. And even financial markets, the vulnerability to external capital flows has come down materially given the advent of the local flows coming in. Like last few years, foreigners have largely sold or been net zero inflows into India, but markets have only gone up. Yeah. So the resilience is a good starting point, but India has always been a good hope story. It's delivered to some extent, not completely, but that is where the tariff and the trade situation would come in. India is resilient, but this entire tariff discussion and deals, whatever you call it globally, could actually create opportunities for India.
The minimal downside, is that a good way to describe, in a worst case scenario, and we don't know, by the way, how the trade negotiation will go, minimal downside?
Absolutely. From a trade perspective also, like even the US-India trade, there are various economist estimates that even if US ends up imposing the tariffs in a relative way, not just absolute, the downside is 20 basis point of GDP for India, because the trade itself is small for the size of GDP. But in the upside case, we have deals between US and India. There is a India and Europe deal being talked about. India just signed one with UK. Those can create material upside over long term. I mean, very early days, but could create material upside.
Looking from the outside in, and I hope you could give us more insight on this, the conversations around the tariff, there was a threat that tariffs would be at this level. The U.S. wants zero tariffs. There's conversation around certain phases of what the deal looks like. The tariffs are in place in India in certain sectors for certain reasons. How do investors, global investors, need to be thinking about the potential impact if, in the event, India does bring down some of those levies? Cars, for example, is a very good example of this.
Look, the simple way to think about it, many of the products in the consumer and industrial category, it will not likely hurt India a lot. Like, let's look at passenger cars. India is primarily a small car market. The sale of large vehicles from the BMWs or the Fords is a very small part of the market. Go back to motorcycles, where we keep hearing about the Harley-Davidson anecdote. That's a very small part of the market. So again, India at a macro level, the vulnerability to all that is fairly limited. I would say almost insignificant. Where there is some risk is on the agricultural side. because India is still a largely, especially social political wise, dependent on agriculture locally. And that's where the sensitivities are there in all these trade negotiations. How much will India open up its agricultural market? Because even US wants India to open up its agricultural market.
They want to sell their agricultural goods.
Absolutely, that appeals to their local ecosystem.
Yeah.
So that's the sensitive part. But broader industrial and consumer products, I don't think it will matter much. In fact, opening up, and if India gets some benefit out of lower tariffs for India's products in those markets, it's net positive right now.
So the market's rallied, as we've pointed out. What's the mood like? Is it the same as last year, sentiment-wise?
Not yet.
Okay.
But the
that's good. That's good, by the way. In some ways, last year got a bit euphoric.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year was feeling uncomfortable. That to be frank, because euphoria is never good for longer-term market performance. So both sentiment and valuations, it's in a much better place, and I would say there's optimism versus 3 months back, but nowhere near last year. Even optimism. The best example of that is the local mutual fund industry, which is the big anchor for Indian markets.
Yeah.
They are sitting on record levels of cash, both in absolute amount as well as percentage of their AUM. Record levels. We haven't seen that level of cash. So there is enough dry powder out there to absorb if there are any uncertain or sell downs, but also shows that optimism is there, but not euphoria.
I think you bring up a very good, pocket of insight there, because one of the things that's come up during this period of uncertainty is we've somehow now reverted to home bias, and I think India is really a good example of the tendency for home bias. You mentioned a lot of cash sitting on the sidelines. Is there a sense that goes abroad, or is there a sense that the first option is to redeploy that in the local market?
Look, firstly, given the way the capital controls are in India, the outflow of capital can never be meaningful. And there is a limit on how much of that cash can go out in other equity markets. It's a real limit. So it's likely to go locally only. Locally to large caps, small caps, new deals has to be seen, but it will go to local markets.
Advice now. So for foreign investors, local investors looking to participate in the rally, do I buy the index? Are there certain sectors? Do we go to small caps, which have outperformed by double, I believe, in terms of the large cap index comparison?
So the small caps are even less attractive on risk reward today.
Okay.
They are much more reasonable than a year back. But again, look, one of the things we always talk about India is a much more of a stock pickers market than many other markets. The thematics work, sectoral allocation work, but stock picking always work. And even today, we see a huge opportunity in small caps also. Large caps, there are a lot of opportunities. I'll give you a simple example. Markets are trading near record levels, valuations are high.
Yeah.
But if you look at the financial sector, which is one of the most commonly held sectors by global investors, their valuations are nowhere near record, near their peak records. And if markets are pricing in growth optimism, you cannot have growth coming back without credit growth coming back.
Okay, so that's fair.
So from a pricing perspective, there are opportunities, very clearly.
What's the outlook for deals? Yields have come down, equity market prices have gone up. That tells me the pipeline might be loosening up as far as...
The pipeline is big.
Okay, so let's start with ECM.
Yeah, so when you talk to investors, corporates, even our banking team, the pipeline is big. Because it took a break for 3-4 months, given where the markets are, or where. But we saw in the last 2-3 weeks itself, we have seen a flurry of activity already. So my sense is if the markets remain stable, the pipeline and the numbers will not be dramatically different from last year in terms of run rate. You will see a lot coming through.
Okay, that's both ECM and DCM? Both? In terms of and that takes me into the exchange rate, which has gone fairly stable given what's going on. There's a sense right now that this pocket of opportunity, and inflation is also quite controlled, that the RBI can actually move a lot more than expected.
Yes.
Should we expect rates to be substantially lower in India this time next year?
I would guess so. Look, if you look at the market yield, there's one RBI policy rate, and then second is the 10-year market yield. 10-year yield versus the US yield, the gap is the narrowest we have seen.
Yeah.
Decades maybe.
Yeah, sometimes we don't even know who's high yield now.
Exactly. So that's saying a lot. But RBI's stance is very, very accommodative beyond what they say. We have seen it acting on all three fronts. The rates, so we do expect further rate cuts. But more than the rate, it's the transmission. So what RBI does to its liquidity stance, and that has been very accommodative over the last 3 months, that will matter a lot more on the rate transmission.
Okay.
Because what we have seen in the last 3 months is easing of RBI on the liquidity stance, rate cuts, but the transmission to the real economy, we haven't seen enough till now. And that's what RBI is focused on. And there I think there is room for markets to be surprised.
And you alluded to this, that's an important point. When does credit respond? And is there a reason credit's not responding yet? Because that tends to be a bad thing unless there's some context there.
So it typically, if you look at even other markets globally,
right,
typically credit cycle lags the economic recovery. The lag is anywhere between 1 to 3 quarters. So our view is would be next quarter onwards, we will see a response. You saw over the last 3 years, the credit growth was in double digits and ahead of nominal GDP growth rate. I think we should see that coming back fairly soon again.
Okay. Anything else to watch? Anything we've missed that's important, you think?
Look, the biggest thing for us to watch is what's happening globally.
Okay.
The Trump part. I think the one thing which we are tracking closely and looking at is not just the India-US trade deal, but that trade deal versus other markets. Like what happens to US-China deal, what happens to US-Vietnam deal. There's also going to be a relative context because there is hope and optimism about India benefiting from that. To what scale, which sectors, that will matter.
Any conversations here that stand out to you so far? I know you're here for the week.
So again, two things that I'll say till now. It's just early days. We have had corporates yesterday also. One is Dr. Rajan in the morning. Even they mentioned that from the tariff discussion globally, it's an opportunity for India, I think, which is fairly consistent. But again, this shows the optimism.
Right.
Secondly, we had a consumption panel on India consumers just a while back.
Okay.
And again, it was very interesting because consumption has been a big bit of a drag. But there were very interesting anecdotes suggesting that it's going to pick up in the next 6 months, which is optimistic, and that's one of our big calls, that this year is about consumption in India markets.
Forgot to ask you about supply chains.
Yeah.
And the overall expectation that India absorbs some of the global capacity. To what extent do you think we should be thinking about that? Where do you think we'll see that? Are there companies that you guys are talking to already?
That's happening in a big way in our view. Again, what's showing on the ground is you hear about Apple, but the first stage of supply chain is always the assembly part, and then the ecosystem develops. So it's happening.
Okay.
It's happening across the electronic and mobile phones, but also beyond that into defense, industrial complex, EVs, and so on. Very early days, but the conversations we have, we hear from corporates and policymakers.
Interesting.
The activity level is very, very high. I think it's going to take a year or two before it becomes concrete and showing up in macro numbers, but we are very optimistic about it.
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PW.
In May, Donald Trump's inaugural state visits were in the Middle East, just like they were during his first term. Stop 1, Saudi Arabia.
That's a huge coup for Riyadh and for
milestone in my life. I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
Matt, you heard us go over the numbers. What jumps out at you?
A few things. The loss of revenue to China. They're talking about an $8 billion headwind there. I think that's a little bit worse than people expected. I mean, having said that, the fact that that number is so big and they're still holding revenue steady, I think is really impressive. The other thing I'd point to is the gross margin line. Gross margins are going up. I would have expected that China revenue would also have a higher gross margin. So they're also working against that gross margin headwind and still able to improve gross margins. I think those are the two things that really stand out to me.
All right, I'm going to follow up on what you said about gross margin because the reported gross margin on an adjusted basis for the first quarter was 61%. Analysts were looking for 71%. And the goal, according to the CFO, was to get the gross margin back to mid 70% range by the end of the year. Are we still on track for that, do you think?
I think so. Just again, that it's really the adjusted margin, right? So you need to take out the headwind from them writing off inventory to get an apples to apples comparison. And it looks like gross margins are moving up again. And I also would point again to that China headwind. That was a product that wouldn't have been affected by the difficult ramp to Blackwell. So ostensibly would have had a higher gross margin contribution. So that going away becomes a bit of a headwind. The fact that they're working through that and growing gross margins, I think, is a great sign for the company.
Is there a sense here, Matt, when we talk about the development costs that have gone into it? I know there was some concern. Is that kind of behind it? I know there's still ongoing costs that are always going to be associated with, but kind of that bulk, that front load of that, is that behind the company now?
And sorry, you mean the development costs
for the Blackwell, yeah.
Yeah, so my understanding is once we got past January, February timeframe, things really started to improve. And so since that point, I think they're seeing yields improve at TSM. I think their customers are having fewer failures. And so all of that helps them on the gross margin side of things.
So when we talk about what the company will try to articulate as far as for the long term, I don't just necessarily mean for the next couple of quarters, and we have to wait for the conference call, which is at the top of the hour. What exactly do you want them to articulate? Is it selling more Blackwell? Is it a broader universe of customers beyond what we have? Is it some sort of easing of U.S.-China relations that would allow it to penetrate that market? What?
So, it's really hard because Jensen's always so positive about the future of AI. Now, having said that, the concerns have always been, what does spending look like next year? Where do applications using AI show up, particularly given all of the spending that's happening to support AI? And I think that there are a couple really positive messages there, and I think we'll talk about agentic AI, creating those use cases. And then in terms of spend, I think they can point to all these new contracts that have been signed with sovereign nations over the last month, 2 months, 3 months as being really additive to that hyperscale base that supported them, and also highlighting exactly how important the world sees AI as
Yeah.
being.
Hey, Matt, I'm just going to interrupt you for just 1 second here. We need to correct a few numbers. Scarlett, why don't you go ahead here? There are a few numbers that had crossed the wire a little bit earlier. There are a few corrections to that, and we just want to make sure we're very clear on what these numbers are. Scarlett.
Right. So I'm looking at first quarter adjusted EPS. 96 cents is the reported number. Analysts were looking for 93 cents. So by that metric, we are looking at a beat for the first quarter. Again, this is for the quarter that ended. First quarter adjusted gross margin was 71.3%. Analysts were looking for 71%. So that is slightly higher than anticipated and pretty much where the company guided to. In addition, the first quarter data center revenue also meets analyst estimates as well. So again, a couple of corrections here on the first quarter adjusted EPS, adjusted gross margin, both coming in higher than anticipated, and data center revenue meeting analyst estimates. Matt, in terms of what Jensen Huang is likely to say on the conference call, what kind of detail do you expect he is able to go into when it comes to the outlook here for China?
I think certainly they'll reiterate that they don't expect to sell the H20 into China. Right? We've seen the write-off, so they're kind of stuck there. Obviously, there have been press reports about a potential successor to that chip based on Blackwell architecture. I don't know whether they'll go in depth around that. They have talked in the past about having given up only a portion of the China opportunity. So you could see them come in, or him come in and talk about, with the new restrictions, this is how much of China we can capture. But I also suggest that at this point, when you look at, not consensus necessarily, because, for instance, I haven't adjusted my estimates, but when you look at street estimates, I think there's been an assumption out there that they might not get any revenue from China. And so if they're able to give any kind of optimistic outlook about the potential for some revenue moving forward, I think that would be looked at positively.
Yeah, I just want to point out, too, a couple other numbers here. We're talking about a company still sitting on more than $50 billion in cash. I know no one really cares about the other units anymore, but if you do care, the gaming and AI PC business did have a record quarter, $3.8 billion. That was about 48% growth. And just before we let you go, Matt, I want to go back to some of those deals that we kind of knew publicly already with regards to the data centers and AI business here, whether, of course, it was the deal with Humane over there in Saudi Arabia, with Stargate, of course, the plans to work with Foxconn and the Taiwan government to build an AI factory supercomputer, and as well as some of the joint initiatives they have with Alphabet and some of these other companies here. When we talk about the ecosystem, the NVIDIA ecosystem and its reach, I do wonder if that becomes, I guess for lack of a better phrase, the moat. That even if there is a slowdown in spending, this is a company now that basically has its tentacles in so many areas of the technology space that even if a competitor was able to sort of come up with a comparable chip, how long would it take it to even sort of release that grip that NVIDIA has in this space?
Yeah, I think it would take years. And in part, it's what they've done with CUDA on the software side. So it's not just that they've built that software. It's also that there's a whole generation of AI specialists who've been trained on CUDA. When you think about all the penetration they've had in various places, that's hard to get past. And then you just look at it from a scale perspective. NVIDIA, again, doing $45 billion last quarter, the bulk of which is data center. I mean, there's just no one close to that right now.
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC.
Dan Ives of Wedbush has this to say. There is one chip in the world fueling the AI revolution, and it's NVIDIA. The AI revolution is heading into its next gear of growth despite the Trump tariff war playing out. Dan joins us now for more. Dan, good morning.
Great to be here.
What did you like most yesterday?
I mean, look, the godfather of AI, Jensen, delivered yet again. And I think if you look demand outstripping supply, we believe 8-1. And despite the China tariffs, I mean, I think if you look apples to apples, that would have been a $53 billion number compared to where the street, apples to apples, would have been at $48 billion. I think it just shows there's only one chip fueling this AI revolution. It's Jensen and NVIDIA.
There's a question of whether they'll be allowed to fuel that AI revolution. In other words, if they will be allowed to move into China in the way that they kind of need to longer term in order to maintain that dominance. What about yesterday gave you that confidence, given the fact that there still are some pretty existential risks about their ability to operate in China?
Yeah, I know you'll talk to Navarro after. Look, the reality is that Jensen and NVIDIA are essentially giving away their China business. On a silver platter, Huawei, here's our business. And that's the reality. And I think more and more, there's going to have to be some negotiation where they're enabled behind, right now, back against the wall. They need to have a chip that U.S. sanctioned that they can sell into China. Because otherwise, all you're doing here is you're cutting them off at the knees, and Huawei is getting that market. And that's the reality. And I think that was a shot across the bow last night from Jensen. They're in a position of strength. There's one chip in the world fueling it. They continue to see demand that's, I believe, staggering.
There was sort of a subtle narrative shift. There's been a tone from the administration, both this one as well as the Biden administration, that the way to curtail China's advance is to limit some of the exports of U.S. chips and U.S. technology to the world's second biggest economy. It seemed like Jensen Huang was saying that's not right. They're actually catching up. And if we separate ourselves, we're going to fall behind. How much is that catching on in any kind of policy circles, but also within the tech circles?
Yeah, I mean, as someone like myself, I've spent so much of my career, in China, in Taiwan, throughout Asia. That's unrealistic that think that China's just going to sit there. I mean, if you put them in a box with 2 toothpicks, seltzer water, and sunglasses, they come out with a chip. So the reality is you don't want to give them fuel. And I think that's what Jensen's talking about. You have some of the best engineers in the world. Right now, for the first time in 30 years, the U.S. is ahead of China when it comes to tech. Don't cut U.S. tech off at the knees. And I think that speaks to NVIDIA, speaks to Apple. And I think those are some of the things that you're hearing across the board that we're seeing in tech. And I think that's some of the damage and the balancing act that you guys see with these tariffs.
Do you think Jensen Huang then is going to have the company develop a chip that is export compliant to go into China?
100%.
But why would he do that if he did that with the H20 and then the United States said you can't sell it?
It speaks to negotiation because it comes down to, like, Jensen also recognizes in the Middle East and the red carpet tour, and the reality is, what's that tour without Jensen? What happens to Jensen? Yeah, we're not going to sell in the Middle East. I mean, it just speaks to, like, our biggest chips on the table, it's NVIDIA, it's Apple, in terms of broader negotiation.
But why would China want to buy a lesser chip when Jensen Huang is saying himself that Huawei, which is blacklisted by the United States, is quite formidable?
Look, and I think that right now is like they're going to come up with there's something like beyond an H200, less than a Blackwell, some sort of converted chip, because they need to stay ahead of Huawei in the China market. And that's why when you look at the reaction here, why tech's going to be up so much, despite, even like the trade rule and everything we saw, it's because NVIDIA shows that this AI revolution right now is the ripple effect, but it all starts with NVIDIA.
Don't you think there's some tension brewing here?
100%.
The president doesn't want them selling into China. Jensen Huang's trying to create an argument that they should sell into China. The Wall Street Journal reporting this morning. I'll read this verbatim. Fresh accusations from U.S. lawmakers that the company is too close to China. They've received a letter from a Republican, Senator Jim Banks, a Democrat, Senator Elizabeth Warren, accusing them of being too close to the second largest economy on the planet. How do you actually think this is going to play out?
Look, I remember, it's easy, when you're in the Beltway in front of a microphone, it's easy to say things, right? The reality of the markets are different. And I think it just comes down to U.S. tech. Part of why U.S. tech's leading China is that you need to have that market open up. And it speaks to the U.S.-China negotiations, why it's so important, not just for names like NVIDIA, but for Apple as well as the hyperscalers.
You say you need to have that market open up. Who's you?
U.S. tech needs
yes,
that
US
market.
tech does. Washington, D.C. disagrees.
And
Isn't that the
they've
ultimate point of tension?
and
I would argue who
No.
wins out? The person setting the rules, which is Washington, D.C.
And I would, and I think that point in tension has been there for years. But the reality is that by ultimately closing off that market, what you're essentially doing is you're cutting U.S. tech off at the knees, and on a silver platter, you're making China stronger. So it goes to the whole twilight zone, however you want to think about it, is that this is all giving China an upper hand. That's what Jensen's saying last night, is like, we're leading. You continue to go down this path, Huawei will continue to narrow the gap.
To build on what John is talking about, there was a feeling that national security concerns would take precedence over profitability, over this idea that the tech giants really were necessarily leading the world. Do you think that that argument has fallen apart and that this administration essentially has put tech giants and their dominance at the forefront, even ahead of national security?
And I think it's I think it speaks to, and I think that Middle East trip was a watershed event because it shows the AI revolution now coming to the Middle East. But what does that mean without NVIDIA, without Amazon, without the
But
hyperscalers?
also, AI revolution coming to the Middle East with a caveat. They need to make sure there are guardrails so that these AI data centers do not have U.S. technology leaking to China.
And to your point, you can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? The point is like, how could you do it with the Middle East, but then China be like, okay, you can't have these chips, but we're going to sell next-gen Blackwell chips to Saudi, UAE, and I think that's part of the issue. Like, John, I think that's part of the issue here is that, like, how do you balance that and talk out of both sides of your mouth? And the reality is what Jensen's saying is stop tying our hands behind our back. Stop giving this market to Huawei. Let us go after that market.
क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग का टारगेट बुक कर लेना, अभी और कोई नया ट्रेड नहीं है। 5:30 की कैंडल है, थोड़ा क्लोज होने का वेट करते हैं फिर देखते हैं। लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन हो चुका है। लेट्स सी एक और अगर ट्रेड बनता है यहाँ पे, बाकी सेलर्स एग्जिट कर लेना। हाँ हो गया उसका टारगेट डन। अभी और कोई नया ट्रेड नहीं है, ठीक है। सपोर्ट पे जरूर है बट डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं कर सकते अभी, ना क्रूड में ना नेचुरल गैस में। वेट फॉर द कैंडल क्लोजिंग। है उसमें नीचे स्पेस। पीएम पे डेटा भी है, ध्यान रखेंगे। 6 PM का डेटा भी इम्पोर्टेंट है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। जहाँ पर अभी आया है क्रूड ऑयल, वहाँ पर प्राइस 4 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है। लास्ट टाइम लोअर हाई बना है, वेरी हाई चांसेस कि ये लास्ट टाइम ही होगा यहाँ पर। अगर एक छोटा बहुत पुल बैक आ जाता है तो आ जाता है, अदरवाइज ये सपोर्ट ब्रेक ही होगा। हमें नीचे 5050 के लेवल भी दिख सकता है नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट। ये नेक्स्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट, एक पुल बैक शायद आएगा यहाँ पर, अभी उसको भी देखेंगे। यहाँ पर अभी नहीं, कैंडल क्लोजिंग। वन एक बार, दो, तीन, चार, पाँच, फिफ्थ टाइम है यहाँ पे। प्रॉब्ली ब्रेक हो जाएगा शायद थोड़ी देर में। ये भी 6 PM का एक डेटा आ जाए फिर देखते हैं। 100 पॉइंट सीधा है नीचे उसमें। ठीक है, देखो एक ऊपर तक का एक पुल बैक क्रूड ऑयल में टिल 5250 के अराउंड यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट मार्केट करेगा, तो एक बाइंग का छोटा सा ट्रेड। वैसे तो ये सपोर्ट ब्रेक ही होने वाला है, ठीक है, मान के चलो पुल बैक एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो 5250 तक। ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना अब, ये सपोर्ट ब्रेक ही होना चाहिए। लास्ट कैंडल पे नहीं ले सकते थे एंट्री बिकॉज 530 की कैंडल थी एंड दैट 530 कैंडल लंदन सेशन की ओपनिंग है, तो ज़्यादा रिस्क उठा नहीं पाएंगे। थोड़ा बहुत ही पुल बैक मुझे लगता है अभी वापस 5070-50 के अराउंड गिरेगा, यहाँ तक आना चाहिए लॉजिकली। वापस ऊपर आएगा 5250, वापस सेल करेंगे। ठीक है, ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है, छोटा सा ही टारगेट है। ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना इस ट्रेड बाइंग वाले में, क्रूड में। नेचुरल गैस में बाकी एसएल भी 5140, उससे बड़ा नहीं, इतना इनफ रहेगा। सिक्स PM का डेटा ऑलमोस्ट 10 मिनट रह गए हैं। ये भी हो गया रीटेस्ट उसमें ऊपर से, वो एक पुराना वाला लेवल है, ये भी रीटेस्ट डन है। ये स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस है। अब नीचे वाला ही सपोर्ट ठीक है इसमें, ये एक बार भी टेस्ट नहीं हुआ ना। मोस्टली वो नीचे ही जाएगा, जब वो ऊपर से फिर एक बार रीटेस्ट करके 2 बार हो गया। नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज ही हो गया है। इसके ब्रेक होने के चांसेस कर तो दिया इसने रीटेस्ट अब के 5 मिनट हैं डेटा आने में इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है रीटेस्ट था ये भी रीटेस्ट हो गया यहाँ पे ओके 4 मिनट रह गए हैं लेट्स सी एग्जैक्टली कितना आता है लास्ट टाइम से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं 0.0 था 0.1 एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं इम्पैक्ट करेगा ध्यान रखना थोड़ा बहुत क्रूड को भी ये ठीक है फिर 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन हो जाएगा सीधा फॉल टाइम डाउन फ्यूचर 200 पॉइंट सडन फॉल। डाउ का पता नहीं भाई, डाउ देख ही नहीं रहा हूँ। नहीं ये भी नहीं है, ये एक सडन लेवल था यहाँ पे अराउंड दिस जोन, यहाँ पे। नहीं ये भी नहीं है, नोप। हाँ सेलिंग से तो निकल जाओ क्रूड ऑयल में। देखो जाने को और नीचे जा सकता है, ये लेवल भी ऐसा नहीं है कि पहली बार आ रहा है यहाँ पे। 4 बार पहले आ चुका है, 5वीं बार आ रहा है। दो चीज़ हो सकती है, पुल बैक करके गिर सकता है, ऐसे हो सकता है डायरेक्ट गिर जाए, इसलिए बाइंग में ज़्यादा एसएल क्वांटिटी रखना ही मत। लास्ट टाइम यहाँ पर जो बना है ना ये हाई, दैट इज़ अ लोअर हाई, चार्ट में देखोगे 15 मिनट में। नॉट सपोर्टिंग बाइंग टू मच। 2 मिनट डेटा में। नहीं उसमें दोनों सेम ही है, लेकिन ये एक बार टेस्ट हुआ है यहाँ पर, वन टाइम। काफ़ी दूर है ये लेवल भी। टू 92 से है ना वो, 292 के अराउंड। नेचुरल गैस वो कल वाली रिटेस्ट जोन पर ही अटका हुआ है, आज मोमेंटम ही नहीं दिया इसने। 30 सेकेंड्स। ओके, व्हाट अबाउट दिस? एक सिंगल कैंडल क्लोज होनी है ना। हाई 1 2 3। नोप नोप। दो 3 बार सेलिंग आ चुकी है, तो अब एक नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट जोन रहेगा अराउंड सेम चीज रहता है। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस का बताओ। 292.60 से लिया हुआ है, 292.60 तो आया ही नहीं, ले कैसे लिया? फ्यूचर में जाके बाई कर लिया क्या? 292 तो आया ही नहीं है भाई। लास्ट टाइम 292.27 को गैप अप के बाद ही आया होगा। थोड़ा वेट करो अभी, नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा सा नीचे और आने दो। ये भी रिटेस्ट है, बट ये रिटेस्ट कर चुका है कल ऑलरेडी यहाँ पर एक बार। अब मैं इसमें थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्ट, थोड़ा सा नीचे थोड़ा सा और गिर जाए जैसे क्रूड ऑयल गिर रहा है तो बेटर रहेगा। मैं कुछ ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि ये थोड़ा थोड़ा सा इतना और आ जाए 289 के आसपास। होने को यहाँ पर भी है रिटेस्ट, बट मैं यहाँ पर इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ, थोड़ा सा और नीचे गिरे फिर देखते हैं बाइंग के लिए ये कुछ ट्रेड। ओके डेटा आ गया है, डेटा देखोगे फ्लैट है, न्यूट्रल फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। 0.1 फोरकास्ट था, 0.1% ही आया। सो डेटा इज न्यूट्रल फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। ठीक है, डेटा इज न्यूट्रल फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, इसको ऐसे भी लगा सकते हो। जहाँ पर रुका है वहां पर भी है, बट अब वहां पर नहीं हूँ। यहाँ पर बाई करने के लिए थोड़ा सा गिरना पड़ेगा। होने को यहाँ पर भी एक रीटेस्ट है मार्केट के पास, बट कल कर चुका है तो थोड़ा और नीचे आ जाए, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो वो बेटर रहेगा। बाकी देखते हैं, ऊपर अगर गया तो वापस सेल करेंगे इसको। ये भी हो गया मल्टीपल टाइम, दैट इज नॉट रिटर्न, दैट इज ये कौन सा लेवल का है, दिस वन। बताया ना, यहाँ पर भी मार्केट के पास रीटेस्ट है, बट वो ऑलरेडी कर चुका है कल, तो थोड़ा नीचे ही आ जाए तो बेटर है। बाकी ऊपर जाएगा तो डे हाई से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं, ये बीच में रुक जाएगा नहीं था। काफी बार टेस्ट है ये भी, बट बिकॉज ऑलरेडी गैप अप में है तो फिर बढ़िया है। नीचे आया था, नहीं तो अभी बढ़िया है, ऊपर जाएगा। उस रिटेस्ट पे देखना पड़ेगा। थोड़ा सा नीचे और 1 time selling, 2 time selling, 3rd time selling, 4th time selling। स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, रिटेस्ट भी अच्छा बन जाएगा। ठीक है, अब नेक्स्ट डेटा आपका 7:30 पर है, 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग के बाद। वो भी 302 पे लिया हुआ है, 302 पे बाई किया हुआ है, 303 पे बाई किया हुआ है, यहाँ बाई किया हुआ है। यहाँ कौन सा बाइंग का ट्रेड था भाई, यहाँ पर तो फिर भी है, एक रीटेस्ट बता चुका हूँ। यहाँ पर तो कोई बाइंग का ट्रेड नहीं था, निकल जाना कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट आएगा तो। 306 के ऊपर अगर ब्रेकआउट होता है तो तब वापस बाइंग करना, या फिर नीचे आ जाता है 290 के अराउंड तब बाई करना। इसमें दोनों हुआ है क्या? हाई पे कैसे बाई कर लिया, मेरे तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा। डे हाई पे कौन सा ट्रेड था? सपोर्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग था तो रेजिस्टेंस स्ट्रॉन्ग बन गया, यहाँ पर भी सेम ही है, तो ये तो सपोर्ट ही नहीं है, बहुत वीक। ये वाला सपोर्ट कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग है? करते रहो गाइस जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, कम ऑन। क्रूड में भी ध्यान रखना जिन लोगों ने अगर बाई किया हुआ है, ज़्यादा बड़ी क्वांटिटी मत लेना बाइंग में, ठीक है। सपोर्ट जरूर है, ये सपोर्ट भी यहाँ पर क्रूड ऑयल का 1 2 3 4 5 6 टाइम आया है, 6 टाइम। जिस तरह का वो भी प्राइस एक्शन बना है, नॉट सपोर्टिंग गुड स्ट्रॉन्ग बाइंग एटलीस्ट टिल नाउ। वैसे तो इसको बहुत पहले ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए था जिस तरह का प्राइस एक्शन था। फर्स्ट टाइम बाइंग आई थी, हाई बना था, दूसरी टाइम बाई थी, हायर हाई बना था, थर्ड टाइम आई थी बाइंग, लोअर हाई बना था। तो फोर्थ टाइम जब आया था 27 मेरे को लग रहा था ब्रेक कर देगा, लेकिन फिर वो सपोर्ट लेके एक हायर हाई बना दिया। तो जब आज वापस आया था थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आई, बट लास्ट स्विंग के नीचे ही है तो लोअर हाई में है। तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली जाएगा तो मैक्सिमम 5250, उससे ऊपर तो जाने के चांसेस कम ही लग रहे हैं। बाकी नीचे आता है तो फिर नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट 5050 के रेंज में है नीचे जो लगाया हुआ है। फिर भी ठीक है, अच्छा खासा स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट है, वहां से एक अच्छी बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग है नीचे वाला। Saudi Arabia warn Iran to reach nuclear deal with Trump or risk Israeli strike। अरे वाह, ये तो मेजर न्यूज़ है। सऊदी अरेबिया ने ईरान को कहा है, वाह, जो यूएस के साथ न्यूक्लियर डील है वो कर लो, अदरवाइज इजराइल तुम पे कर देगा स्ट्राइक। अगर ये सच है और अगर ईरान ने मना कर दिया फिर तो काफ़ी बड़ा मूव हो सकता है क्रूड ऑयल के लिए। ये जस्ट थोड़े देर पहले की ही न्यूज़ है, न्यूज़ इन डेवलपमेंट। देखना पड़ेगा इजराइल ईरान करता क्या है। बट इट इज़ अ मेजर न्यूज़ इन डेवलपमेंट, क्योंकि सऊदी अरेबिया ने कहा है, इसका मतलब मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इजराइल ने ही बोला होगा दैट इजराइल तुम पे करने वाला है स्ट्राइक अगर तुम न्यूक्लियर डील नहीं करते हो। Saudi Arabia's Prince Khalid warned Iranian official that Trump has little patience for drawn out negotiation. मेजर न्यूज़ है ये तो. अभी देखना पड़ेगा इसमें ईरान की ओर से कोई स्टेटमेंट अगर और आता है, क्योंकि अगर ईरान ने डील मान ली फिर तो क्रूड ऑयल और ज़्यादा गिरने के चांसेस हैं. और अगर ऐसा नहीं होता है, इन केस ईरान कहता है कि कोई डील नहीं यूएस के साथ, तो देयर इज़ अ वेरी हाई चांसेस, ऑलमोस्ट 90% चांसेस कि इसराइल फिर स्ट्राइक करेगा. एंड इसराइल स्ट्राइक करेगा तो उससे एक ब्रॉडर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे, क्योंकि ईरान ने पहले भी कहा है कि अगर हमारी सॉइल पर अटैक होता है यूएस और इसराइल दोनों की ओर से, तो हम सऊदी अरेबिया को भी बॉम्ब करेंगे, क्योंकि वहाँ पर यूएस के ट्रूप्स हैं. देखते हैं, आने वाला टाइम बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है. इस न्यूज़ को थोड़ा ट्रैक करना ज़रूरी है. हाँ, ये कौन से टाइम है? फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ, फिफ्थ. इसमें क्या लोअर लो बना है क्या? नहीं. हम्म, 7 PM पे देखना पड़ेगा क्या और वॉल्यूम क्रिएट होता है क्रूड में, स्पेशली इस न्यूज़ के बाद. इस पे कोई और राउटर्स की वेबसाइट पे भी नहीं दिया इन लोगों ने. एपी न्यूज़ में है. इस न्यूज़ को ट्रैक कर लेते हैं. ठीक है, न्यूज़ को थोड़ा देखते रहना, क्योंकि मेजर न्यूज़ इन डेवलपमेंट कह सकते हो. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट आई है सऊदी के डिफेंस मिनिस्टर, इससे पहले अभी वहाँ के जो प्रिंस थे मोहम्मद बिन सलमान, उनकी ओर से स्टेटमेंट आया है. उनके अब डिफेंस मिनिस्टर की ओर से भी स्टेटमेंट आ गया है. सऊदी डिफेंस मिनिस्टर वॉर्न ईरान टू एक्सेप्ट ट्रम्प न्यूक्लियर डील टू अवॉइड इजरायली स्ट्राइक. थोड़ी देर पहले ही ब्रेक हुई है. वैसे बात कई टाइम से चल रही थी, बट अभी डायरेक्टली बोल दिया गया है ईरान को सऊदी की ओर से. ठीक है, हमें पता चल रही है अभी, बट उसकी वजह से ऑलरेडी क्रूड ऑयल अपना मोमेंटम दिखा चुका है. ठीक है, न्यूज आई थी लगभग ये आधा घंटा पहले कह सकते हो. तो जो टॉप पे मार्केट था तभी आई थी न्यूज़. Saudi Minister warned Iran accept Donald Trump nuclear deal now or risk war with Israel as US patience run out. Saudi Arabia Defense Minister Prince Khalid bin Salman visited Tehran. The message was aimed to urging Iran to treat President Donald Trump nuclear deal proposal seriously to avoid escalation. विजिट पहले हुई थी, इसकी न्यूज़ और क्या उस मीटिंग में बोला गया था वो अभी पता चल रहा है. Iran reaction. Deal preferred but trust issue remain. Associate Press. ओके ईरान की ओर से भी स्टेटमेंट आ गया है. ईरान सेज इट विल कंटिन्यू न्यूक्लियर टॉक्स विद द यूएस स्ट्रगलिंग ऑफ ट्रम्प थ्रेट्स. ये जस्ट 3 मिनट पहले की न्यूज़ है. ईरान की ओर से लेटेस्ट स्टेटमेंट. लेट्स सी कुछ कवर अप करता है अगर क्रूड. Iran president said his country will continue talk with the United States over its rapidly advancing nuclear program but will not withdraw from its right because of US threat. We are negotiating and we will negotiate. We are not after war but we do not fear any threat, President Masoud said in state television. रमेश सैनी जी क्या यही बोला है कि अभी फिलहाल के लिए कि हम यूएस के साथ वापस बातचीत करने के लिए रेडी ही हैं. Central to Trump master plans. कवर अप तो करना चाहिए लॉजिकली तो इस न्यूज़ के बाद. बाकी देखते हैं और कुछ अपडेट अगर आती है तो. ठीक है न्यूज़ हमें अभी पता चल रही है. मतलब आधा घंटा पहले ही आ गई थी. अभी मैं देख पा रहा हूँ. तो उसी न्यूज़ का इम्पैक्ट है. क्रूड ऑयल एक बड़ा कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा फॉल आ गया. रेजिस्टेंस पे था बट फॉल भी बहुत बड़ा हो गया सडनली. तो न्यूज़ प्लस रेजिस्टेंस हैवी सेलिंग. और ऐसा नहीं है कि ये बिल्कुल कोई ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ है. ये ऑलरेडी वहाँ के जो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर हैं वो ईरान को पहले ही बोल चुके हैं लास्ट मंथ. बट उसकी अभी वो जो मीटिंग हुई थी उसमें क्या कहा गया था उसके अभी न्यूज़ निकल के आ रही है कि उन्होंने ईरान को थ्रेट किया था कि इजराइल अटैक कर सकता है अगर आपने यूएस के साथ डील नहीं करी. आधा घंटा है यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग. एक डेटा रहेगा 7:30 पर. लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, कल और परसों मार्केट बंद रहता है, तो क्वांटिटी का थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत लेना। वीकली एनालिसिस बाकी कल करेंगे, फिर मंडे को देखेंगे, नहीं तो एक दो ट्रेड और बन ही जाएंगे, मुझे लग रहा है एक ट्रेड तो बन ही जाएगा यहाँ पर। यहाँ पर एक गैप डाउन हुआ है, दिस एरिया। कब की डेट है? 5:37। नहीं सकते, क्रूड में इतना काफ़ी है, जाना होगा तो इतने में ही चला जाएगा। क्रूड ऑयल का एसएल का भी ध्यान रखना, ठीक है, इससे बड़ा एसएल लेना मत, इसमें इतना इनफ है, जाना होगा, ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट एक्सपेक्ट कर नहीं रहा हूँ मैं। 25 पॉइंट ऊपर आता है तो वापस ऊपर एक सेलिंग प्लान कर देंगे, नहीं तो इसके बाद इस लेवल पे बाइंग नहीं होगी। लास्ट ट्रेड है बाइंग के लिए। नेचुरल गैस में भी थोड़ा और नीचे है। स्टेटमेंट आया ईरान की ओर से, थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस को वैसे ऊपर जाना तो चाहिए, जैसे न्यूज़ की वजह से गिरा था, उसी की काउंटर न्यूज आई है, तो प्राइस को थोड़ा तो ऊपर जाना चाहिए। क्या ये इतनी मेजर न्यूज़ काउंटर कर पाएगा या नहीं, वी डोंट नो, बट लेट्स सी। एटलीस्ट अगर 5250 के अराउंड भी चला जाए, इससे बड़ा एसएल मत लेना बस, इसमें इतना एसएल है, जाना होगा तो इतने में चला जाएगा, नहीं जाना होगा तो फिर नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट नीचे पड़ा हुआ है, वहीं बाई करेंगे। दिस आर लास्ट बाइंग एरिया फॉर क्रूड। नहीं, ठीक। Close below that level will trigger. देखते हैं, ज़्यादा फिर एसएल भी नहीं होगा। फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, क्रूड में ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी रखना मत बाइंग में, ठीक है। व्यू थोड़ा सा न्यूज़ की वजह से बेरी से चल रहा है। नीचे एक सपोर्ट और है, ये सपोर्ट भी 4-5 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, 5 बार ये छठी बार आया था। चला जाता है तो बढ़िया ही है, नहीं तो फिर नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट से देखेंगे। सो गो विथ अ वेरी स्मॉल क्वांटिटी इन दिस बाइंग ट्रेंड। बाकी रिस्क रिवॉर्ड 1:3 रखा ही हुआ है, चला जाता है कम क्वांटिटी में भी प्रॉफिट ज़्यादा ही हो जाएगा, लॉस होगा तो छोटा ही होगा, तो ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना। बाकी आधा घंटा और है, देखते हैं मोमेंटम आता है 7 PM तक या नहीं। 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग भी है बिकॉज वो तो ऊपर इसमें है ना, यहाँ पर आई थिंक। ओके यूएस मार्केट पे लाइक ये जो फॉरेक्स चार्ट है उसके अराउंड, एक सेकेंड। Canada GDP grows 2.2% in first quarter, beats all forecast. वो यूएस मार्केट के बाद ही होगा, उसमें मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली है नहीं जितना मैंने देखा हुआ यूएस मार्केट में। लुक एट दिस, कितना ऊपर जाता है ऐसे। Oil falls for second week on trade tension ahead of OPEC meeting। कुछ भी न्यूज़ दे रहे हैं। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस। यूएस मार्केट का ध्यान रखना, 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग भी है, ठीक है। पर इसको ओपन करो। वीकली एनालिसिस करते हैं कल सैटरडे को, कल करेंगे। गाइस रुकना नहीं है लाइक्स में, लाइक करो सभी लोग। वो भी अच्छा, वहाँ पर भी अच्छा लेवल है वो, बट थोड़ा सा और डाउन आए से फिर ज़्यादा है, नहीं तो फ़ायदा नहीं है उसका। एक ही टेस्ट है। बाकी टारगेट थोड़ा सा छोटा लग रहा है, लेकिन ये टारगेट भी काफ़ी बड़ा है, 90 पॉइंट का समथिंग है। तो इसको भी 2 पार्ट्स में डिवाइड कर लेना, 45 ठीक है। हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो एंड रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी के लिए एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो। बाकी अब देखते हैं, अगर डायरेक्टली आ जाता है तो बढ़िया, नहीं तो फिर यूएस मार्केट के बाद ही नेक्स्ट ट्रेड बनाएंगे। ठीक है, 5250 का फाइनल टारगेट। हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी क्रूड में। बुक द 45 पॉइंट एंड रिमेनिंग 45 पॉइंट को ट्रेल कर सकते हैं। ऐसा नहीं होता उसमें, 5 देख लेते हैं एक बार इसका। ऑलमोस्ट आ ही गया है टारगेट तक। के 20 मिनट लेफ्ट, सिर्फ 20 मिनट और रह गए हैं। यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे दोबारा बाय मत करना क्रूड में, ठीक है। जाना होगा एक ही बार में चला जाएगा, नहीं जाना होगा तो ट्रेलिंग ऐसे लेट करके वापस नीचे आ जाएगा। भी ठीक है, अच्छा है, दोनों ही बढ़िया। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में भी किसी ने अगर बाई किया हुआ है यहाँ से तो बढ़िया है। ठीक है, मैं इंटरेस्टेड था नहीं इस लेवल पे, थोड़ा और नीचे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था, नहीं आया, कोई इशू नहीं है। अगर किसी ने अगर लिया हुआ है तो यूएस मार्केट से पहले थोड़ा एसएल वो भी ट्रेल कर लें। ठीक है, यूएस मार्केट के वक्त किस तरह का मूव होगा वो मैं भी नहीं कह सकता। इट टोटली डिपेंड ऑन द मार्केट मूव। ओके, सो क्रूड ऑयल में ऑलमोस्ट देखो यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना। जो लोग बाइंग में है पूरा प्रॉफिट भी बुक कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, यूएस मार्केट से पहले, नहीं तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल तो कर ही लेना। थोड़ी देर पहले किसी ने शायद बाई किया हुआ था 303 के आसपास। नेचुरल गैस आ गया भाई, निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होता है उसके बाद ही देखेंगे कोई फ्रेश ट्रेड। 10 मिनट भी नहीं है, 9 मिनट रह गए। एंटर्ड इन नेचुरल गैस कॉल साइड, छोटे लॉस में निकल गए, अब हैज गॉन। रुक जाया करो थोड़ा सा, जब मैं कहता हूँ बनेगा ट्रेड तो मैं लेवल लगा दूंगा। बनेगा नया ट्रेड आई विल लेट यू नो। अभी नहीं है कोई ट्रेड। गोल्ड सिल्वर का व्यू, टारगेट क्या किया हुआ है, बाई किया सेल किया गोल्ड सिल्वर में, क्या किया हुआ है गोल्ड सिल्वर में रामेश्वर सैनी जी? सेल किया है बाई किया है, कुछ बताओ। बताओ बाई किया है सेल किया है? सेल किया है, सेल तो नहीं किया है। कितने पे किया है वही लिख देना। ना 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 ना। ठीक है, 8 मिनट रह गए हैं यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे। लाइक करते रहो, लाइक रुकने नहीं चाहिए। लाइक रुक गए तो फिर काम कैसे चलेगा बताओ। ये डाउन साइड रिस्क में है क्या? लिक्विडिटी में तो नहीं है, देख लिया, चेक कर लिया वो भी। ओ ये किस में था? $5,250 के अराउंड, फिर देखते निकलता है तो। रुक जाओ, यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग का वेट कर लो थोड़ा सा, फिर ले लेना ट्रेड। मैं ट्रेल कर लो, जो लोग अगर बाइंग में हैं अभी भी। थोड़ा सा और रह गया, वो रुक ही गया वहाँ पे प्राइस। रेंज बाउंड ना हो जाए। फॉरेक्स में सिल्वर लिया हुआ है, गोल्ड लिया हुआ है। सिल्वर 33 पॉइंट बाई किया हुआ है, देख लेता हूँ एक सेकेंड। 5 मिनट है यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में। सिल्वर में देखो, फॉरेक्स के चार्ट में अगर देखोगे क्या वॉलेटाइल हो रहा है। 33.95 से बाई किया हुआ है। 33.95, 33.95 कौन सा चार्ट है आपका ये? 33.95 तो आया ही नहीं है प्राइस। अभी 33.20 चल रहा है ओनिडा के चार्ट में। कोई और ब्रोकर का चार्ट तो यूज़ नहीं कर रहे हो, थोड़ा प्राइस ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है। या फिर पहले कभी बाई करके रखा हुआ है। 33.95 तो 33.95 तो कब आया था लास्ट टाइम? 33.95 तो अप्रैल में आया था, 3 अप्रैल को, तब से बाई किया क्या? उससे पहले तो मेरे को ओनिडा के चार्ट में दिखा नहीं रहा है, किसी और ब्रोकर के चार्ट में है तो मैं कह नहीं पाऊंगा। मेरे सामने ओनिडा चार्ट है ब्रोकर का, यहाँ पर ऐसा कोई लेवल है नहीं 33.95। कैंडल वाइज बता दो अगर लेवल थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे है, लाइक 15 मिनट की अभी जो 5:30 की कैंडल थी वहाँ कहीं बाई किया हुआ है, या फिर 4:30 की कैंडल थी वहाँ पर बाई किया हुआ है, कहाँ पर बाई किया हुआ है? क्योंकि ओनिडा के चार्ट में अभी 33.17 चल रहा है, काफ़ी नीचे। तो हो सकता है प्राइस थोड़ा सा अलग अलग चल रहा हो दोनों जगह। बाकी ओनिडा के चार्ट में देख लो, उससे मैच कर लो, ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। थर्टी टू पॉइंट नाइन फाइव अरे वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, 32.95 से लिया हुआ है। सुबह डे लो से बाई, डे लो से तो हाफ प्रॉफिट तो बुक कर लो, जैसे इसका टारगेट हो चुका है ऊपर। 33.35 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस था, थोड़ा सा उससे टच करते करते रह गया, रेजिस्टेंस को हिट करके सेलिंग आई है। हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो, अभी भी ट्रेल कर रहे हो, रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग में आ चुका है एक बार। 32.95 से बाई किया है तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो, वैसे तो पूरा ही बुक कर लेना चाहिए था। 33.35 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस था, इसने 33.31 से रिजेक्शन ले लिया। तो अभी भी रुकना चाह रहे हो तो एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ही ट्रेल करो। ये 3 मिनट रह गए हैं। यूएस मिनट लेफ्ट इन यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग। लेट्स सी क्या कैंडल बनाता है अब। क्रूड में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो या पूरा ही बुक कर सकते हो, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर रहे हो तो ट्रेल कर लेना। 30 पे एक डेटा और है, वो भी इम्पैक्ट करेगा बिकॉज गोल्ड का सपोर्ट क्या है फॉरेक्स में ना। एक सेकेंड ना, गोल्ड का सपोर्ट देख लेते हैं। फिफ्टीन मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर ये एक सपोर्ट है। ठीक है, यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया है। बाकी सिल्वर में देखो नीचे 32.58 के आसपास सपोर्ट है, 2 बार ले चुका है, तीसरी बार आएगा लोअर हाई बनाता हुआ। गोल्ड Candle open equal to low, natural gas. नेचुरल गैस में बना दूंगा एंट्री अभी. मुझे कुछ प्रेफरेबल लेवल लग नहीं रहे वहां पर सेटअप के अकॉर्डिंग. नीचे आ जाए तो यहाँ बाइंग जरूर लगा रखी है तो वो कर सकते हो. सेलिंग के लिए थोड़ा सा वेट. ओके आई थिंक स्ट्रीम थोड़ा सा स्ट्रक हो गया था. नाउ इट इज गुड. अब आई थिंक ठीक है. इज माई वॉइस इज आई एम ऑडिबल. आई थिंक वॉइस आ रही है अब क्लियर है. ठीक है तो गोल्ड को एक बार देख लेते हैं. गोल्ड देखो जहां पर अभी रुक रहा है फिलहाल के लिए वो एक रीटेस्ट था मार्केट के पास कर चुका है. लास्ट टाइम जब आया है यहाँ पर ये रीटेस्ट पे रुक रहा है फिलहाल के लिए 3290 से 80 के बीच में. जहाँ तक बात करें एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट की तो सपोर्ट दिख ही नहीं रहा है इसमें तो मुझे. नहीं ये भी नहीं है. ठीक है नीचे सपोर्ट देखो इसमें डाउन साइड पर ही दिखेगा आपको 3000. ये फॉरेक्स चार्ट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. थ्री 3250 से 60 के बीच में जहाँ पर अभी रुक रहा है. वैसे अभी लास्ट जो कैंडल वो विग वाली बनाई थी बड़ी सी 530 वाली कैंडल वो भी एक रिटेस्ट जोन था वैसा कर गया. अभी भी रुक रहा है बट नीचे एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा नीचे ही है 3250 से 260 के बीच में. आना तो चाहिए वहां पर. प्राइस को एक बार सपोर्ट लिया है दूसरी बार आएगा. एज फार एज रेजिस्टेंस इज कंसर्न रेजिस्टेंस देखोगे अभी फिलहाल के लिए करंट लेवल पे तो जो हाई बना है थोड़ी देर पहले वो भी एक रिटेस्ट ही था वो भी कर चुका है. तो अब हो सकता है ऊपर भी एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस तक आ जाए जो आपका डे का हाई बना है अभी MCX में भी 3307-8 के आसपास. वो भी आपका एक रीटेस्ट ही था तो वो भी कर चुका है. तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि दोनों रीटेस्ट बाहर कहीं निकले रेंज के बाहर निकले या तो नीचे एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे आए या फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे आ जाए. There is a support in gold अगर वहां तक आया तो. रेजिस्टेंस गोल्ड का 3325 से 30 के बीच में। वो फॉरेक्स में दिख जाएगा, होगा तो फॉरेक्स चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही। यहाँ पर जैसे बनाना ये है, like this you can consider this one, look at this level directly need third. ये होगी लिक्विडिटी, यहाँ तक वो इजीली आ जाएगा, क्यों? करेक्ट। इसके नीचे फिर और जाएगा तो देखना पड़ेगा, वो डिपेंड करता है कैंडल पे। तो तुम देख लो हायर कैंडल पे, ये रिटेस्ट हो गया, सही है। ठीक है, कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, 730 वाला। ये 715 वाला डेटा इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है शिकागो पीएमआई का, ये भी है बट नॉट दैट मच इंपॉर्टेंट 715 पे। 730 वाले को देखेंगे, वो क्रूशियल डेटा है काफ़ी ज़्यादा। ऑन गाइस, 50 people are watching, 30 likes, बाकी लोग भी लाइक करते रहो। जिन लोगों ने भी लाइक नहीं किया, कम ऑन। ये डाउन है, नीचे एग्जैक्ट लेवल है, ब्रेक हुआ है। ये जो मोमेंट होगा ना, ये कल क्रूड में ही बना था सेम। क्रूड ने किया था यहाँ पे, आई थिंक वो डिपेंड करता है, तुम कहीं पर भी कर लो ये लेवल का ऊपर किया, दैट इट बिकम सेम फॉर हियर। लुक एट दिस, वन टाइम यहाँ से वापस। बाकी देखो, गोल्ड अगर वापस आता है ना ऊपर डिहाई के अराउंड, वापस सेल कर सकते हो 3306 से 8 के बीच में। वो अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस अच्छा है, वैसे तो रेंज बाउंड हो गया मार्केट, बट that resistance still intact. कि उसके ऊपर 3320 के आसपास एक रेजिस्टेंस मिल जाएगा 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। ये भी हो गया टेस्ट। एक लेवल से एक ही बार। कहीं साइडवेज ना हो जाए मार्केट। गोल्ड भी थोड़ा बहुत नीचे आना शुरू कर दिया है। थोड़ा गिर जाए अगर गोल्ड बेटर ही रहेगा। एटलीस्ट 3260 और 3240 के अराउंड वहाँ देखना, नहीं तो बाइंग अगर सीधा गिरता हुआ आता है, क्योंकि काफ़ी देर से डे हाई इंट्राडे में रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है काफ़ी देर से। मोमेंटम बहुत स्लो है। वहीं पर एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा बिकॉज नेचुरल गैस भी रेंज बाउंड ही हो गया है। दिन से देखोगे बस इस छोटी सी रेंज में ही फंसा हुआ है। ये एक सेलिंग जोन बन रहा है, यहाँ देखते हैं आने पे। अभी नहीं। ठीक है, अब 7:30 का ही डेटा, उसके अलावा तो और कोई डेटा आज है नहीं। लास्ट डेटा फॉर द डे। सेवन 15 वाला वो शिकागो पीएमआई की डेटा की बात कर रहे हो, वो उतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है वैसे देखोगे तो। वो नेगेटिव है डॉलर के लिए, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, बट इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है। कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट वाला डेटा ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है अभी, जो 7:30 पे आने वाला है, उस पर फोकस रखो। ठीक है, 7:30 वाला ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है। क्रूड में उसके बाद कोई न्यूज़ नहीं है।
news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and stocks moving lower at the open after President Trump accused China of violating the country's trade agreement, and data showed a record drop in U.S. imports. The S&P 500 down 0.3%, or about 16 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.3%, or 133 points, and the Nasdaq down 0.25%, or 50 points. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.42%. President Trump accused China of violating an agreement with the U.S. to ease tariffs. In a Truth Social post, he wrote, quote, "China, perhaps not surprisingly to some, has totally violated its agreement with the U.S. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy." We get more with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard.
From reading the Truth Social post, it's clear that the president is displeased with the progress in discussions with Beijing on getting to the next level of an agreement with China that would settle some of their differences on trade. But he did not elaborate on what had set him off. We did, however, get a clue from his top trade negotiator, Jamieson Greer, who was interviewed on another network, CNBC, and told the audience there that, look, this is much more about the non-tariff barriers that China has put up and that they are slow walking in lowering. And he was referring specifically to curbs on exports to the U.S. of rare earths and critical minerals and magnets used in high-tech products here in the U.S.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Now, the comments came the morning after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said trade talks with China are at a bit of a standstill. The court ruling that blocked much of President Trump's sweeping tariffs threatens to blow what some economists estimate as a $2 trillion hole into the U.S. fiscal outlook over the coming decade, should the judgment stay in place. The ruling could also present a new obstacle for Republicans who are relying on the revenue to help offset the cost of a roughly $4 trillion tax cut moving through Congress. A federal appeals court paused a ruling that struck down a portion of Trump's levies, and the White House is pushing to overturn the judgment entirely, aiming to appeal to the Supreme Court as soon as today. U.S. consumers hit the brakes in April while goods imports plummeted by a record as companies adjusted to higher tariffs. Inflation-adjusted personal spending rose 0.1% after rising 0.7% a month earlier. We get more with Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
The spending number is interesting because, of course, people front-loading what they wanted to buy in March, and then it falls off in April, although incomes are still relatively strong, so they can buy things in the future. But it is that pull forward that has been the news today. The trade, advanced goods trade figures, just totally shocking, down 20% on imports, which is the most ever. Factory goods, industrial supplies fell by 31.1% in terms of imports, and auto imports fell by 19%. So not only were consumers front-loading, but businesses were front-loading as well.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael McKee. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve's preferred price gauge remained tame. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, excluding food and energy, increased 0.1% from a month earlier. The so-called core inflation gauge rose 2.5% from April 2024, the smallest annual advance in more than 4 years. President Trump hosts a ceremony at the White House today to bid farewell to Elon Musk. It comes amid a New York Times report that says the Tesla CEO was using drugs more heavily than previously known while on the campaign trail to help elect Donald Trump president. The paper says Musk traveled with a medication box that held about 20 pills and was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. It also says he took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms on occasion. Today's send-off for Musk can be heard live at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. The Musk event isn't the only thing on the president's schedule. He'll be traveling to U.S. Steel today after announcing a deal with Japan's Nippon Steel. In the Middle East, Israel has accepted a U.S. ceasefire proposal for Gaza that Israeli officials familiar with the matter said would involve a 60-day pause in the fighting and restore United Nations-led aid distribution to the Palestinian territory. There's still no sign an end to the almost 20-month war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas is imminent. While Hamas has not officially responded, it did criticize the proposal as one-sided. The White House said that Israel signed off on the offer before it was submitted to Hamas, but did not say what was in it. Gap shares are falling after the apparel firm predicted a tariff impact of as much as $300 million and revealed stubborn weakness at two of its smaller brands, Banana Republic and Athleta. And again, the S&P 500 down 0.4% today. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Kara in Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा, साइडवेज चला गया लग रहा है मार्केट। 7:30 का डेटा आया था पॉजिटिव डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस नॉट मूविंग नाउ। नया ट्रेड नहीं है भाई, कोई नया ट्रेड नहीं है। अब कोई डेटा नहीं है, आज डेटा हो गया कंप्लीट सारे के सारे। सैटरडे संडे कल कोई डेटा वैसे भी नहीं है, मार्केट बंद रहता है। नेक्स्ट वीक का देख लेते हैं एक बार। 1 जून से 7 जून, मंडे को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई, फेड चेयरमैन पावेल की स्पीच, जॉब ओपनिंग डेटा, क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री, नेचुरल गैस, आईएसएम सर्विस पीएमआई, एडीपी नॉन फार्म। एज यूजुअल डेटा ही है, कुछ खास अलग से तो डेटा कुछ है नहीं, बट एवरी डे कोई ना कोई डेटा जरूर है नेक्स्ट वीक। इस वीक कोई डेटा नहीं है, लगता नहीं अब कुछ ट्रेड बन पाएगा। मैं लगा दूंगा, अभी कोई ट्रेड नहीं है।
Today, the US proposes a 60-day ceasefire for Gaza.
Elon Musk's time heading up Doge officially comes to an end. The latest in the fight over international student visas.
And a special screening of Sinners in the Mississippi town where it's set, which has no movie theatre of its own. It's Friday, May 30th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
And I'm Christopher Walljasper in Chicago.
First to some breaking news on Gaza. A US plan for the enclave seen by Reuters proposes a 60-day ceasefire. It starts with the release of 28 Israeli hostages, alive and dead, in week 1, along with the release of more than 1,200 Palestinians and the remains of dead Palestinians. The document says as soon as Hamas signs off on the deal, aid will be sent into the Strip, and that the plan is guaranteed by US President Donald Trump, as well as Qatari and Egyptian mediators. The White House says Israel has agreed to the deal, and Hamas says it's reviewing the plan. Hold onto your hats, people. Some more tariff turbulence to end the week as a federal appeals court temporarily reinstates them. That decision coming 24 hours after a US trade court ruled the president had exceeded his authority in imposing the import taxes and ordered a block. The United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit in Washington says it's pausing the lower court's ruling so it can weigh the government's appeal.
After a tumultuous few months, Elon Musk is out of the White House and returning full-time to his many companies. During his stint in Washington, the billionaire upended several federal agencies, but ultimately failed to deliver the monumental savings he had promised. Nandita Bose covers the White House.
What's really interesting about his exit is just how
quick and unceremonious it still feels. And that is because of what we saw happen over the past week, which is Musk deciding to criticize President Trump's tax bill, his signature legislation. So he went on television and called the bill too expensive. He said it undermines the work that Doge has been doing, and it adds to the budget deficit. And that just did not sit well with top aides at the White House. My reporting shows that a lot of them in the Chief of Staff's office, including Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, they were really pissed that Musk would break the way he did from the White House and go on the air to publicly criticize President Trump's bill. This departure was really planned at a senior staff level. Musk did not even get a chance to discuss his exit on the final day with President Trump.
How do we think Musk's legacy at Doge will be viewed?
Right. So he came in talking about $2 trillion in savings. You know, he was brandishing this red chainsaw. And the last time I checked the Doge website, he has claimed to have cut about $175 billion, which in the grand scheme of things really trims with a pair of scissors and not really the chainsaw to bureaucracy that he was kind of promising all along. What he ultimately did was append a lot of federal agencies that led to hundreds of thousands of people losing their jobs, but he failed to deliver on the savings that he promised. And going forward, what will be interesting to watch is how Doge's work continues under these different federal agencies.
Harvard University can continue enrolling international students for now. A federal judge says she'll issue an order that would continue to block the Trump administration from immediately revoking the Ivy League schools' ability to enroll non-US students. But while there's a momentary reprieve for Harvard, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the US will start aggressively revoking visas of Chinese students across the country. Reporter Michael Martina covers US-China relations in Washington.
There have been concerns for a number of years within Congress and the U.S. government that Chinese government exploits the open U.S. education system to conduct espionage or steal technology and intellectual property and use it to advance its military and technological rise.
Rubio says this will be an aggressive effort. Do we know how broad this will be?
Right now, the State Department is basically refusing to provide details on how this will be implemented, how broadly it will be implemented. But in Secretary Rubio's announcement, he did mention Communist Party affiliated students or individuals studying in critical fields.
What impact might this have on universities in the US?
There are hundreds of thousands of Chinese students in America, and we don't know exactly who would be impacted or how many would be impacted. At the tail end of the first Trump administration, they came out with a similar measure that said they revoked more than 1,000 student visas. So we don't know if this will be targeted in that scope or if it will go much beyond that. Of course, with so many Chinese students attending U.S. universities, they provide actually a major source of revenue for U.S. universities. Oftentimes, these are more affluent students from China that can afford to come over here and pay full tuition. And they often make up large portions of the foreign student body on many campuses. And so, frankly, it could hit universities' bottom line.
The homicide case against Diego Maradona's medical team has been declared a mistrial after a judge in the case resigned over allegations of an ethical breach. The Argentine soccer star died in 2020 from heart failure while he was recovering from surgery. 7 members of the medical team were on trial for negligent homicide.
And in France, smoking will be banned on beaches, in parks, and outside schools from July 1st. The health minister told the West France newspaper that the measures are to protect children. Café terraces and electronic cigarettes will be exempt.
This is where the blues began. This is where
It didn't start with a band or anything. It was out in the fields. They were doing hollers and, they had the fife and drums.
Musician Deke Harp is talking about Clarksdale, Mississippi, home to legends like John Lee Hooker and Muddy Waters. The town's also the fictional setting of the Hollywood summer blockbuster film Sinners.
There are legends of people with the gift of making music so true. It can conjure spirits from the past.
Will somebody take me?
The movie stars Michael B. Jordan and is set to become a summer hit, already raking in more than $330 million worldwide. But for the people of Clarksdale, the movie means something more. There's no movie theater in Clarksdale for people to see it, so local activists petitioned Sinners director Ryan Coogler and Warner Brothers to bring a public screening to the town. One of our national affairs editors, Donna Bryson, is in Clarksdale.
I'm not just in Clarksdale, but I'm standing on the street right in front of Messengers, which is a juke joint, a bar that's mentioned in the movie. You can still hear live music at Messengers every once in a while, but it's mostly a pool hall these days.
How are people in Clarksdale responding to this film?
I talked to a lot of people this week who have already seen the movie many times. It's set in Clarksdale. There are a number of Clarksdale musicians who appear in the movie and who also, helped with the music for the movie. But it was filmed in Louisiana, neighboring Louisiana, in part because Louisiana has infrastructure that Mississippi and Clarksdale lack.
The movie has been described as suspense. There's supernatural elements. It's a pretty intense film. Has there been any pushback from the community in response to the film?
What I've heard from people, that there's a legend about Clarksdale. It's where Robert Johnson, the blues singer, sold his soul to the devil so that he could become the guitar player he was. So there's a bit of supernatural spirit here anyway. It's intense in that it's about an intense and really painful period in American history. It's set during Jim Crow. And I think the horror of it is a metaphor for the horrors of racism.
We have a recommended read and listen combo for you heading into the weekend. On Saturday, we'll have a special episode of The Pod out looking at how a gender war is dividing Gen Z at the ballot box. And while you wait, there's a link to a story on the same topic to read in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. We'll be back on Monday with our daily headline show.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस दोनों को देखोगे ऐसा लग रहा है साइडवेज चले गए, सुपर साइडवेज, मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा है। अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत लेना, ठीक है? अगर मोमेंटम नहीं होता है तो थोड़ा अवॉइड भी कर सकते हैं। कुछ ट्रेड बनेगा तो आई विल मार्क्ड इन द लेवल इन द स्क्रीन, स्क्रीन पे मार्क कर दूंगा मैं। आगे देखते हैं कुछ और ट्रेड अगर बनता है अब। चांसेस कम ही लग रहे हैं। क्रूड ऑयल में तो बता दिया मैंने ऑलरेडी, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो अगर कर रहे हैं तो, नहीं तो पूरा प्रॉफिट भी बुक कर सकते हो। कोई नया ट्रेड नहीं है अभी, नो न्यू ट्रेड। थोड़ा सा रह गया था टारगेट, लगभग 90 पॉइंट का है, तो मैंने पहले ही बोल दिया था 45 पॉइंट का पहला टारगेट बुक करो, 45 पॉइंट का दूसरा कर लेना अगर आता है तो। साइडवेज जाएगा तो ऑप्शन में कुछ फ़ायदा नहीं होगा, ट्रेल कर रहे हो फ्यूचर में तो बात अलग है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट लेट्स ट्रम्प स्ट्रिप 5 लाख माइग्रेंट ऑफ लीगल स्टेटस, अरे वाह। मेजर न्यूज़। नेचुरल गैस पुट साइड होल्ड है, क्या करें? मुझे पता नहीं कहाँ से लिया है, हाई लेवल से लिया है तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो। मेरे साइड से भी उसमें कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा है, बुक कर लो, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो। साइडवेज गया तो कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, नहीं तो। लेवल पे आता है तो देखते हैं।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We have some breaking news crossing the Bloomberg. The Supreme Court let the Trump administration immediately strip the legal right to temporarily live and work in the U.S. from as many as 500,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Over 2 dissents, the High Court.
नेचुरल गैस 320 पुट ऑप्शन बाई किया 34 पे, अभी 33.10 चल रहा है। बीच में मत करो एंट्री भाई, बीच में मत करो। क्यों बीच में अननेसेसरी रिस्क ले रहे हो? थोड़ा पेशेंटली वेट करो, नहीं बन रहा है ट्रेड तो क्यों लेना है? अब इसमें मैं क्या कहूँ, आपने शायद यहाँ कहीं बाई कर लिया, यहाँ पर कोई ट्रेड नहीं है मेरे साइड से फिलहाल के लिए। लिया हुआ है तो ट्रेल कर लो 299 कैसल के साथ। बीच में एंट्री मत क्या करो, ट्रेड बने तभी लिया करो। अब हर कैंडल पे ट्रेड नहीं बन सकता ना, 5 मिनट का चार्ट नहीं लगा रखा, 15 मिनट का चार्ट है।
cleared the Department of Homeland Security to end so-called parole programs that gave migrants from those four countries temporary legal status. The justices put on hold a federal trial court order that had blocked the cancellation while litigation went forward. Now to breaking economic news, and U.S. consumer sentiment rebounded in late May from one of the lowest readings on record earlier in the month, and long-term inflation expectations retreated. This comes as concerns about the economy eased after the rollback of China tariffs. The 52.2 final May sentiment index marked an improvement from the preliminary reading of 50.8. It's according to the University of Michigan. It was unchanged from April, one of the lowest levels on record. And we get more with Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
What everybody always looks at with the Michigan numbers, of course, is what the political aspect of it is. And we're seeing that Democrats were more pessimistic this month, 33.9 from 34.4. And even Republican optimism was down. The number is 84.2 from 90.2. It's independents where we saw some increase in optimism, 48.2 from 46.2. So it does look like the middle of the country, which doesn't have as much of a dog in the fight politically, is feeling a little bit better about things. But again, 48.2 is still below the 50 break-even point.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael McKee. When it comes to the inflation outlook, consumers saw prices rising an annualized 4.2% over the next 5 to 10 years. Earlier today, we got reports that showed U.S. consumers hit the brakes in April while goods imports plummeted by a record. This as companies adjusted to higher tariffs. Inflation-adjusted personal spending rose 0.1% after rising 0.7% a month earlier. Separate data showed an almost 20% slump in imports, leading to a massive narrowing in the U.S. merchandise trade deficit in April. Well, President Trump is accusing China of violating an agreement with the U.S. to ease tariffs. In a Truth Social post this morning, he wrote, quote, "China, perhaps not surprisingly to some, has totally violated its agreement with the U.S. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy." We get more with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard.
From reading the Truth Social post, it's clear that the president is displeased with the progress in discussions with Beijing on getting to the next level of an agreement with China that would settle some of their differences on trade. But he did not elaborate on what had set him off. We did, however, get a clue from his top trade negotiator, Jameson Greer, who was interviewed on another network, CNBC, and told the audience there that, look, this is much more about the non-tariff barriers that China has put up and that they are slow walking in lowering. And he was referring specifically to curbs on exports to the U.S. of rare earths and critical minerals and magnets used in high-tech products here in the U.S.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. The comments came the morning after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said trade talks with China are at a bit of a standstill. Well, President Trump hosts a ceremony at the White House today to bid farewell to Elon Musk. Musk is formally stepping away from his role as an advisor to the White House. It comes amid a New York Times report that says the Tesla CEO was using drugs more heavily than previously known while on the campaign trail to help elect Donald Trump as president. The paper says Musk traveled with a medication box that held about 20 pills and was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. It's also said he took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms on occasion. The Musk event isn't the only thing on the president's schedule. He'll be traveling to U.S. Steel today after announcing a deal with Japan's Nippon Steel. And we get more on that with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew.
Nobody's talking about U.S. Steel yet because we've got the Trump and Elon show at 1:30, and that is going to be wild. With what the New York Times is reporting on Elon's drug use alone today, wait for the questions that he's going to get from reporters. But this is U.S. Steel tonight. We're told he's going to do the full campaign romp, an hour and a half, steel workers up on the podium, massive victory lap, and we can't even detail what this partnership is.
And that's Bloomberg's Joe Matthew. Today's send-off for Musk will be heard live at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Sources tell Bloomberg OPEC Plus is considering accelerating its production increases by discussing a potential hike of more than 411,000 barrels a day for July. Gap shares are slumping. This after the apparel firm predicted a tariff impact of as much as $300 million and revealed stubborn weakness at two of its smaller brands, Banana Republic and Athleta. A solid month for stocks, ending on a weak note as President Trump said China totally violated a tariff agreement, spelling fresh turmoil for the president's trade agenda. Not even data showing the rebound in consumer sentiment and tame inflation brought a whole news News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We have some breaking news crossing the Bloomberg. The Supreme Court let the Trump administration immediately strip the legal right to temporarily live and work in the U.S. from as many... News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We have some breaking news crossing the Bloomberg. The Supreme Court let the Trump administration immediately strip the legal right to temporarily live and work in the U.S. from as many as 500,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Over 2 dissents, the High Court cleared the Department of Homeland Security to end so-called parole programs that gave migrants from those 4 countries temporary legal status. The justices put on hold a federal trial court order that had blocked the cancellation while litigation went forward. Now to breaking economic news, and U.S. consumer sentiment rebounded in late May from one of the lowest readings on record earlier in the month, and long-term inflation expectations retreated. This comes as concerns about the economy eased after the rollback of China tariffs. The 52.2 final May sentiment index marked an improvement from the preliminary reading of 50.8. It's according to the University of Michigan. It was unchanged from April, one of the lowest levels on record. And we get more with Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
What everybody always looks at with the Michigan numbers, of course, is what the political aspect of it is. And we're seeing that Democrats were more pessimistic this month, 33.9 from 34.4. And even Republican optimism was down. The number is 84.2 from 90.2. It's independents where we saw some increase in optimism, 48.2 from 46.2. So it does look like the middle of the country, which doesn't have as much of a dog in the fight politically, is feeling a little bit better about things. But again, 48.2 is still below the 50 break-even point.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael McKee. When it comes to the inflation outlook, consumers saw prices rising an annualized 4.2% over the next 5 to 10 years. Earlier today, we got reports that showed U.S. consumers hit the brakes in April while goods imports plummeted by a record. This as companies adjusted to higher tariffs. Inflation-adjusted personal spending rose 0.1% after rising 0.7% a month earlier. Separate data showed an almost 20% slump in imports, leading to a massive narrowing in the U.S. merchandise trade deficit in April. Well, President Trump is accusing China of violating an agreement with the U.S. to ease tariffs. In a Truth Social post this morning, he wrote, quote, "China, perhaps not surprisingly to some, has totally violated its agreement with the U.S. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy." We get more with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard.
From reading the Truth Social post, it's clear that the president is displeased with the progress in discussions with Beijing on getting to the next level of an agreement with China that would settle some of their differences on trade. But he did not elaborate on what had set him off. We did, however, get a clue from his top trade negotiator, Jamieson Greer, who was interviewed on another network, CNBC, and told the audience there that, look, this is much more about the non-tariff barriers that China has put up and that they are slow walking in lowering. And he was referring specifically to curbs on exports to the U.S. of rare earths and critical minerals and magnets used in high-tech products here in the U.S.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. The comments came the morning after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said trade talks with China are at a bit of a standstill. Well, President Trump hosts a ceremony at the White House today to bid farewell to Elon Musk. Musk is formally stepping away from his role as an advisor to the White House. It comes amid a New York Times report that says the Tesla CEO was using drugs more heavily than previously known while on the campaign trail to help elect Donald Trump as president. The paper says Musk traveled with a medication box that held about 20 pills and was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. It's also said he took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms on occasion. The Musk event isn't the only thing on the president's schedule. He'll be traveling to U.S. Steel today after announcing a deal with Japan's Nippon Steel. And we get more on that with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew.
Nobody's talking about U.S. Steel yet because we've got the Trump and Elon show at 1:30, and that is going to be wild. With what the New York Times is reporting on Elon's drug use alone today, wait for the questions that he's going to get from reporters. But this is U.S. Steel tonight. We're told he's going to do the full campaign romp, an hour and a half, steel workers up on the podium, massive victory lap, and we can't even detail what this partnership is.
And that's Bloomberg's Joe Matthew. Today's send-off for Musk will be heard live at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Sources tell Bloomberg OPEC Plus is considering accelerating its production increases by discussing a potential hike of more than 411,000 barrels a day for July. Gap shares are slumping. This after the apparel firm predicted a tariff impact of as much as $300 million and revealed stubborn weakness at two of its smaller brands, Banana Republic and Athleta. A solid month for stocks, ending on a weak note as President Trump said China totally violated a tariff agreement, spelling fresh turmoil for the president's trade agenda. Not even data showing the rebound in consumer sentiment and tame inflation brought a whole lot of comfort to investors. The S&P 500 down 0.1%, the Nasdaq down 0.33%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average little change, though, with the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.40%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
as my birthday signals another milestone in my life. I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
The US Trade Court ruling that most of Donald Trump's global tariffs are illegal, agreeing that he wrongfully invoked emergency laws to justify the levies. Let's get more from Bloomberg senior editor Bill Ferries. Good morning, Bill. How far-reaching is this order by the Trade Court? How much legal back and forth can we expect in the coming days? Because it's relief in markets right now, but surely there's only going to be more uncertainty from all of the legal back and forth.
Well, I think you nailed it there earlier when you said it is a body blow to President Trump's efforts to impose a lot of these tariffs kind of across the board. What we heard from this trade court and from the plaintiffs who brought it, which included both Democratic-led states, but also a conservative legal center and small business owners, their argument was, listen, fentanyl trafficking might be a problem, trade deficits might be a problem, but they are not a national emergency that allows the administration to slap across-the-board tariffs on countries, including that 10% kind of baseline tariff we've seen. So we know that the Justice Department has already indicated that it plans to file an appeal. That appeal process will play out in the coming days, presumably. This could end up at the Supreme Court. We don't know how that will, eventually end. I think what you can be clear about is we're seeing a positive market reaction today. I think it means there's just going to be a lot of turmoil in the days ahead as this sorts itself out, as the various court levels weigh in, and ultimately as we probably get a Supreme Court decision on whether the president actually has these powers.
Well, Bill, this is perhaps just the recent biggest legal setback for President Trump, but he was also frustrated at what Wall Street's calling the taco trade, the Trump always chickens out trade. Just talk us about his reaction to that.
Yeah, he was asked about this so-called taco trade. I mean, another way we might talk about it is just buy the dip, right? And the idea is that when Trump announces these really elevated tariffs or trade measures against other countries and the market reacts and crashes a bit, that if you go in, you're eventually going to benefit because President Trump almost inevitably lowers the tariff level or reels in some of those things. President Trump very frustrated when he was asked about that taco trade, saying it was a very nasty question, criticizing fake news. But it is something, when you look at the most recent 50% tariff threat against the EU that I think took place on Friday, by Monday in the U.S. or Tuesday in the U.S., that was already dialed back or at least postponed. So there is some feeling that that there's a lot of this volatility can be a chance for market actors to jump in on the price swings very quickly.
Dr. Navarro, welcome back to the programme, sir. First of all, I think we've got to get into the ruling overnight. Have you spoken to the president? And ultimately, what's his reaction to what we heard?
Haven't spoken to the president yet, but I've spoken to the people who have spoken to the president. Look, we're in a situation now, big picture here is IEPA. We were using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. There's no question that there's an economic emergency with respect to both uses that we had. One is we are in a world where China has killed over 1 million Americans with fentanyl poison, and we took this step to stop that. We will continue to press on that. At the same time, we invoked that rule to stop what has been 20 million illegal aliens streaming into our country, driving down wages, taking jobs away. That's an economic emergency. And on top of that, the world continues to steal about $1 trillion a year as measured by the trade deficit. And that's an economic emergency because it's transferring our wealth abroad. So we think we have a strong case. Yes, we will immediately appeal and try to stay the ruling. But at the same time, the court, interestingly enough, basically said we were right, just use different rules and laws. So nothing has really changed here in that sense. We're still, as we speak, having countries call us and tell us they want a deal. So these deals are going to happen. So that's kind of where we're at. And it's troublesome here because if you look broadly at the pattern, we've got courts in this country who are basically engaged in attacks on the American people. The president ran on stopping the fentanyl poisoning, stopping international trade unfair practices from stealing our factories and jobs. And courts keep getting in the way of that. The courts get in the way of our trying to deal with the border issues. Now they're getting in the way of our trying to deal with the fentanyl crisis. And that's where we stand here. And I think part of what's going to be important about this ruling demonstrates yet again to the American people that the judiciary in this country has been weaponized in ways which are contrary to their interests.
Well, Peter, you would have heard a lot of people come on this programme and ultimately say you still have tons of options, and you've alluded to one of them. You will, of course, appeal, but could you describe what you might do in the interim, the way you might pursue your ultimate objective anyway, with the tools you have still available to you?
I'm going to let Jamison Greer, the USTR, inform you on that, and you'll be hearing from him soon on that. But I mean, look, any trade lawyer knows there's just a number of different options we can take. If you look at the kind of things we've already done, it kind of give you a roadmap on that. There's all sorts of numbers out there. There's 122, there's 301, there's 232, there's 338. There's all sorts of things we can do well within the law. But look, we think that what we've done already is perfectly appropriate. So that's why the appeal will take case. But, you know, it's like, interestingly enough, I was scheduled to come on the program today to talk about the bond market and the big, beautiful tax bill. But there is a bridge to that. And if I may, we have a situation where the bond market, we've seen like a 50 basis point increase in yields in the 10-year since April 2nd. And a lot of the hysteria around the big, beautiful tax bill centers on the Congressional Budget Office scoring that bill in a way which says there's going to be a $3.7 trillion addition to America's national debt over the next 10 years. And so, of course, you got to finance that, and that drives interest rates up and heads explode. When, in fact, if you do the math properly and you look at the history of the CBO forecast, you actually see about a $5 trillion swing to a $2 trillion surplus from the bill. And I'd like to just walk you through the math there. It's like the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, historically has been very bad at estimating impacts of tax bills. In the 2017 tax cut that President Trump did, they got that totally wrong. They underestimated the GDP growth by a full percentage point. And what that does, if they make that same mistake here, which they have done, when you add that, that's about $2 trillion of additional revenue because you got greater economic activity. And then
Peter, you also have the revenue from the tariffs, which I saw your opinion piece in The Hill. I just want to get back to the I just want to get back to the tariffs because you don't have that revenue.
Well, that's another $2 trillion.
If you don't have the legal authority to use it, though.
That gets us.
But can I just ask, you mentioned Ambassador Greer, we're going to hear from him soon. Are we going to hear from USTR about the bridge, potentially what John was talking about, if you can't use IEPA, potentially you're going to come out, the administration say we're going to use 122 in the interim?
Well, the court did in some sense tell us to do that, which was interesting. But look, here's the thing. Fentanyl, I just, people need to wrap their heads around the fact that every day here in America, people die because communist China puts 50-gallon drums full of these chemicals that come over to the Mexican cartels and then are made not just into fentanyl. They use the fentanyl to spike heroin, to spike methamphetamines, to spike ecstasy, and they're even putting it in prescription drugs like Xanax and Valium. And people are dying. It's been over 1 million people, 1 million Americans. And it's an economic emergency because a lot of those people are prime age working force here in America. So this kind of court ruling, the judge, I mean, look, the lead judge.
But if the court
in this
said,
case is,
if the ruling said, Peter, and we've been talking about this, page 34, 35, they say basically you are in your right if you use Section 122. Why didn't you guys do that from the beginning?
Well, Section 122 only gives you 150 days. So there's your answer right there.
So, Section 122, if you use this now for 150 days, would it be a bridge to 301 or a bridge to 232? What are you thinking more long term?
You can be the strategist on that, but those are the kinds of thoughts. And look, if anybody thinks this caught the administration by surprise, think again, okay? Because you could see in the oral arguments where those judges were going, and the lead judge in this. I mean, the problem with that court, it's such an obscure court, but it's consistently been globalist, pro-importer, giving us bad rulings. The lead judge there ruled against the 232s originally and had to get overturned by the appeals court. So that gives you an idea of the bias against the president's tariff policy right on that court. But I think the big picture here is we've got a very strong case with IEEPA, but the court basically tells us if we lose that, we just do some other thing. So nothing's really changed. I want to say this to the world. You're cheating us. We're coming after you. Deal, and let's make this right, because ultimately what's at stake here is the global international environment getting in a way where it's fair to America, and thereby, if it's fair to America and we restructure this thing in a way, we'll have just more stability in terms of financial flows and capital and everything like that.
Dr. Navarro.
It's wildly out of balance now.
As my birthday signals another milestone in my life, I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
Just outside the doors of the briefing room, we find Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. What do we know about this meeting, Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. So we're still waiting for additional details, but the Federal Reserve has confirmed that this was on President Trump's invitation that the Fed Chair Jerome Powell came here to the White House today. And they said that they did not discuss expectations for monetary policy and that any future path of policy is going to be data dependent, as we often hear from the Fed Chair. And Kayleigh read this quote, but it's probably worth repeating. They said that any decision will be based on, quote, careful, objective, and non-political analysis. Now, of course, President Trump has said that he has no intention of firing Jerome Powell, but ultimately we know he's been heaping on the criticism in recent weeks that he would like to see the FOMC ultimately cut rates. And even as he does pile on this criticism, of course, it comes amid his tariff plans. President Trump often says that his tariff plans will go hand in hand with lower interest rates, but they're defined by just so much uncertainty, which the administration says is strategic, but of course makes Jerome Powell's job harder as it puts him in between a rock and a hard place when it comes to inflation and any expectations of weaker growth. Now, interesting enough, we did hear from Chicago Federal Reserve Bank President Austin Goolsbee today, who said that if big tariffs could be avoided, whether that be through deals or potentially a court order, ultimately that could pave the way for the central bank to cut interest rates, given the underlying strength of the economy and the direction of inflation.
As my birthday signals another milestone in my life, I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, My legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
Welcome back. You're watching the China Show. An update here of SpaceX and the colossal Starship here has suffered a leak. It tumbled out of control in space, exploded during this test flight. Let's call it a third straight major setback here for Elon Musk's company. Let's bring in Paul Allen, who's been covering the story for us here. Paul, what exactly happened? And we did also hear from Elon Musk just in the last hour in terms of how he's framed this setback in the broader scheme of things.
Yeah, let's talk about it in two parts, David, because the rocket is in two parts. We'll start with the booster. This was quite interesting, refurbished booster. It had flown before on Flight 7. The intention was not to catch it with the chopstick arms this time, but to test a number of different landing profiles and then have it splash down in the Gulf. That didn't happen. That exploded on reignition for a final landing burn. The second part, the top section of the ship, the Starship, also did not go to plan. There was no deployment of the dummy Starlink satellites. There was no relighting of the engines in space. And then the ship lost attitude control. We did hear from Elon Musk, as you say. He said, look, there were leaks that caused a loss of main tank pressure at the re-entry phase, and that ship was also lost. So not a great day for SpaceX. Test Flight 9, not going to plan.
Paul, I mean, this all comes on the backdrop of him, Musk returning back to his companies after a stint in the White House. What's next then? What can SpaceX do to kind of renew their new focus, or what's going to be the next plan?
Well, not what's next is they just keep on going. And there's always a temptation to frame these sorts of, setbacks as major disasters. They're not really. This is just how SpaceX rolls. It iterates loudly, publicly. It's not afraid to let things blow up. And that's kind of what we saw today. We have to remember that at the Starbase there in Boca Chica, there is a whole production line just turning out ship after ship, booster after booster. And every time something like this happens, they take learnings from it, they redevelop, they reiterate, they go back to the launch pad, and they try again. Elon Musk still got some very aggressive timelines around this. He hopes to have robots on Mars next year, which is the next launch window for Mars. During this launch, however, we were speaking with a former astronaut, Colonel William MacArthur. He's a little bit skeptical of these timelines. He says getting to Mars still potentially decades away. He says SpaceX might even need to design a new propulsion system that doesn't yet exist. But this objective of getting back to the moon seems to be a little bit more realistic, and this is certainly not the end for SpaceX. They'll be back on the launch pad for Flight 10 before we know it.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Grok, the AI inference platform, has just announced an exclusive partnership with Bell Canada to power Bell AI Fabric, the country's largest sovereign AI infrastructure project. Jonathan Ross, Grok CEO, joins us now. And what won it for Grok? Why did they pick you?
Well, thanks so much. Speed. So our motto is build fast, and that's particularly important in AI. When you're ordering chips and it takes you 12 months to get them, it's really hard. You go to an audience full of people and you ask them, what's going to happen in AI in 12 months? No one has any clue. And asking people to pre-order a year, 2 years in advance. So we actually already have chips in the Bell Canada data center today.
What makes your chips, your infrastructure, different from competition? Because everyone at the moment fixates about NVIDIA serving the AI infrastructure, but you're doing it too, and how are you managing that?
The difference is we focused on inference.
Yeah.
So back when we started about 8 years ago, we had to explain the difference between inference and training, so it's just habit at this point. But training is when you create the models, inference is when you run them, right? If you were a car company, you would design the car and then you'd manufacture the car. When you're running the models, the cost is incredibly important. Most companies are losing money trying to gain market share. We are so inexpensive per token that the NVIDIA GPUs, just the cost to run them, the OpEx, the electricity, the data center, that costs more than our entire cost, including our chips, per token produced.
So when we're comparing, trying to make it like for like, how much of Grok infrastructure is out there in the wild? Who already are you serving with these phenomenal speeds? Because we've been looking at them, what, 20 million tokens per second is what you're offering.
So we're at 20 million tokens per second, and at this point we're getting close to having 100,000 of our LPUs in production today, which if you look at the hyperscalers and how they're ramping, a lot of them are going to deploy 200, 400,000. One of them is going to deploy about 1 million chips this year, which means that we're starting to get towards hyperscaler scale.
When you're getting to hyperscaler scale, who are you able to serve from not just an enterprise perspective, we'll get into that in a moment, but you have been looking at sovereigns and you have been going out, obviously, to Canada, but have you been talking to the US? Have you been discussing with Commerce Secretary Lutnick, for example?
So we've been talking to various departments in the US as well, and there's a new push with this sovereign wealth fund in the US, and so there is some interest and discussions with the US. But first, let's explain why everyone is obsessed with it, because I don't think people understand that. If you think about it, a country that didn't have power plants would be in trouble, right? And everyone understands that you need energy to run a country. And if you look at the stack up of modern civilization, you have materials, right? We had the Iron Age, we had the Stone Age, you have materials. Then you have energy. That's what the Industrial Revolution was about, right? Oil, coal, and then it was the Information Age. But now it's the generative age. It's about being able to compute things. Yeah. And the difference is information age technologies are about replicating things and about distributing them. It's what television does, it's what telephones do, it's what the printing press did. But generative AI doesn't do that. Generative AI creates something in the context, creatively, for the particular question. And that you need compute for.
You need compute and you need safe compute as well. You've just been doing deals with Saudi Arabia, for example, and there has been anxiety by some parts of the administration that maybe will allow China to be able to access their compute. Can you give us your assessment on how you keep things safe, how you ensure that the infrastructure that's being built for Saudi Arabia remains for Saudi Arabians?
Well, from Grok's beginning, we have done no business in China. And this is not a geopolitical thing. This is just a shrewd business thing. We saw all of these very large tech companies go into China and lose over and over again. And there's just a thumb on the scale for any Western company. I hope that someday China allows real competition, because real competition makes people stronger, and I want to compete against those Chinese companies. But until they allow real competition, we can't do that. So we've blocked all Chinese companies from having access to our API. We will not sell chips in China because they're just going to reverse engineer them and try and build them themselves, and they're not going to compete fairly. As a result, when we do these deals, we're not allowing Chinese companies to run on them. And we do build, operate, transfer. In these sovereign cases, we're doing build, operate. So we're the ones operating that. And that actually gives Commerce and others a lot of comfort that Chinese companies aren't going to be getting access.
But does the restrictions on, say, NVIDIA selling H20s, as Jensen would say, mean that China just gets better at doing it themselves and Huawei will be able to compete with Grok in the future?
Potentially. However, the reality is if you enable people now, then they're going to be able to use that advantage to keep growing quicker. We're going to be using AI to design our chips. We're going to be using AI to design our software. So why would you give that advantage? I think it's different. Going back to information age technology, it's about replicating and distributing. Compute is about doing something specific. If you don't have the compute, you can't do it. Whereas information knowledge sort of diffuses and you'll catch up. With generative age technology, you can pull ahead.
You talk about wanting competition and to be competitive in China, for example. What about the competition with NVIDIA? How do you stand compared to AMD and the other offerings here in the United States?
We actually think we're one of the best things that's ever happened to NVIDIA shareholders. So NVIDIA sells a product that is a premium product. It's a luxury good. It's for training the models. When you train a model, you're willing to spend more money because you get to amortize that across an enormous number of users. If NVIDIA continues focusing on inference, which they have to do right now because there isn't enough inference capacity, they're going to have to bring their margins down. Right. They're going to have to sell their chips for a lot less. Remember, our cost is much less than NVIDIA's cost. On top of that, higher volume, lower margin, And so the more inference compute we deploy, the more demand there is for training compute. The more demand for training compute, the more GPUs NVIDIA sells. And the one thing that's really important here, NVIDIA wants to do between 3 and 5 million GPUs for AI this year. But that's based on what's called HBM, high bandwidth memory.
Yes.
It's this very scarce component. They can make as many GPU chips as they want. They can't make as much of the memory as they want. Those chips are going to be built and sold, and the only question is, what are they going to be sold to do? When we come in and we sell inference chips, then what we're doing is we're allowing those GPUs to be sold into training, which is a higher margin business. NVIDIA is going to make more profit thanks to us.
I remember, I think it was, well, end of last year, you felt that maybe you would be basically the infrastructure being used by most startups by the end of the year. Have you been? What is your scale at the moment from an enterprise perspective?
So we have over 1.6 million developers who've now used us. And
how does that stack up to others?
So NVIDIA's at about 6 million. Now, of course, they've been around for a very long time, and it is a little bit apples to oranges because inference and training are very different. In fact, it's a bit of a greenfield opportunity for us because the people who train models are ML researchers, they're AI scientists, they're HPC folks. Inference is very different. Inference is being done by people who create web apps, who create mobile apps, completely different audience. But even if we were talking a month ago, it was 1.4 million. So the rate of growth is just hockey sticking, and we expect to catch up to NVIDIA at some point and exceed them because it's a bigger developer market on inference.
What's AMD got to say about it?
I don't know AMD's numbers, but they're not as large.
Are you, to meet this demand that you're saying is hockey sticking, having to raise money?
No, we're done raising money. So we've announced that we've done some large revenue deals. That's really how we're funding the business at this point. So we initially did let's say about a 9-figure deal in Saudi Arabia. That went so well, 51 days from signing, we had it up and running in country. And that led to them doubling or 15xing down and increasing the size of the deal pretty significantly. So we're going to be deploying a vast number of chips there. But that's our thing, build fast. And if you think about it, going back to what I said earlier about how fast AI is moving, Jensen went on stage and he said there's only one company in the world that if you're going to write a $100 billion check and build up a bunch of infrastructure, bring it up 2 years later, that you can trust, and that's NVIDIA. And I actually agree with that statement 100%. However, if you want to write a $100 million check and bring up chips 3 months from now, then see how that goes, write a $1 billion check, 6 months later, bring up a bunch of chips, then a $10 billion check 6 months later, and then $100 billion, that's Grok. We're the only company that does that.
So revenue generating, I'm assuming therefore looking to be profitable. Are you going to be going public?
We've been approached by a bunch of the investment bankers, and they have some compelling reasons why we might want to go public, and we're listening to those reasons.
Okay. Would it be something that you see in 2025?
That might be a little too soon, but people are definitely interested. I think we're one of the top 10 most sought after private company stocks at this point.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. The Supreme Court will allow the Trump administration to revoke temporary legal status granted to more than 500,000 immigrants by the Biden administration. The court granted an emergency application filed by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, ending the Biden program that gave more than 500,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela permission to temporarily live and work in the United States. Justices Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sonia Sotomayor dissented. President Trump is accusing China of violating an agreement with the U.S. to ease tariffs, escalating tensions between the two countries. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard says it's not clear exactly what upset the president.
He did not elaborate on what had set him off. We did, however, get a clue from his top trade negotiator, Jamieson Greer, who was interviewed on another network, CNBC, and told the audience, look, this is much more about non-tariff barriers that China has put up.
Tensions between the U.S. and China have flared again, with the Trump administration announcing new restrictions on Chinese student visas and chip design software. The Trump administration insists his tariffs are here to stay and will use alternative authorities if necessary after a federal appeals court temporarily paused a ruling that suspended the bulk of his tariffs. Mark Short, who was chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence, says this is one of Trump's core beliefs.
It goes back to this notion that you want to try to build a moat around the United States and assess tariffs not just for national security reasons against China, but claiming because of trade deficits or claiming because of currency imbalances. I mean, today America exports more than ever before, but that's not a message you hear from the administration.
Hear the entire interview with former Chief of Staff to Vice President Pence, Mark Short, on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Yields on the 2- and 10-year treasuries have ticked a bit lower after the University of Michigan consumer short and long-term inflation measures retreated from very steep levels, reflecting a de-escalation in trade tensions. Bloomberg's Mike McKee says independent voters showed some increase in optimism.
Independents, where we saw some increase in optimism, 48.2 from 46.2. So it does look like the middle of the country is feeling a little bit better about things. But again, 48.2 is still below the 50 break-even point.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee says Democrats were more pessimistic this month and Republican optimism also slipped. Wall Street investors were relieved by data showing consumer sentiment and inflation expectations not quite as bad as feared after President Trump's remarks about China. We do check markets for you all day long. Here at Bloomberg, the S&P 500 down 0.3%, NASDAQ down about 0.5%, the Dow down 0.1%, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.41%, and the 2-year yield at 3.92%. Now, the S&P has soared 6.2% for this month, putting it on track for its biggest advance in May since 1990, if those gains can hold through today's close. Now, after jumping at the start of the year, the Federal Reserve's preferred gauge of inflation showed little change for a second month. Core PCE rose just 0.1% in April as Americans hit the brakes on household spending. And a record drop in imports triggered a historic narrowing in the U.S. merchandise trade deficit in April. Businesses had been stepping up the pace of imports before tariffs take hold. The duties pose a threat to household spending. President Trump's tax and spending bill could bring hundreds of billions of dollars in tax cuts to wealthy business owners, but it does exclude certain industries like entertainment, healthcare, and finance from those benefits. The changes would lead to wealthy business owners in high-tax states like New York and California facing higher taxes and incentivizing them to relocate to lower-tax states like Florida. The battle between the Trump administration and Harvard continues. The government stripped Harvard of its foreign student certification, froze billions in research grants, and threatened Harvard's tax-exempt status. Harvard sued and so far has won a temporary restraining order. The Trump administration claims some universities are not doing enough to curb anti-Semitism. Former U.S. Education Secretary John King Jr. tells Bloomberg there are other ways the government could handle that.
Not every institution has handled the protests effectively. That is something that's a legitimate question to be investigated. But those investigations should follow the rules, and the consequences should be proportional and specific.
Former U.S. Education Secretary John King Jr. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make
proposal. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff submits an Israeli-backed plan to Hamas as Israel looks to build 22 new settlements in the West Bank. And the OPEC Plus alliance gears up to meet on Saturday. We'll discuss what to expect and the impact of output hikes with Livia Gallerati from Energy Aspects. Well, it has just gone 8 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Jemana Versace in Dubai. Happy Friday, everybody. Back to the tariff headlines once again. And this time, new information that we got just in the last 12 hours saying that an appeals court has actually ruled in favor of the Trump administration, implying that these tariffs can actually stay in place at least for a temporary period. So a reversal of where we were exactly 24 hours ago, of course, with that International Trade Court saying that the imposition of tariffs was illegal. Now the Trump administration has won a temporary reprieve. And so the reaction in market is negative. The S&P futures are down about 0.2%. Bear in mind, we do have some quite key data coming up today, PCE data. The Fed likes to look at that inflation gauge in addition to spending and personal income numbers on back of a weaker than expected GDP print for the first quarter of the year yesterday. So data back in the driving seat again in the U.S. But take a look at the Hang Seng today, down 1.5%. So that negativity has spread out to Asian markets. Some of the key tech stocks in the Hang Seng have been selling off today. So the likes of Alibaba, Tencent, done anything between 3 and 4%. So very weak handover coming from Asia this morning. Take a look at gold as well. At one point yesterday, we did bounce 1%. Today, we're coming off 0.7%, despite, again, geopolitical uncertainty being thrown into the mix as well. We were just above 3,300. We're below that now. And then Brent, all eyes on the energy complex today. We're slipping 2 in line with the risk-off sentiment, down 0.5% as we head into a big decision out of those voluntary cutters in OPEC+. We're going to talk more about that on the show. But let's switch over. Sometimes it's good to zoom out to get some perspective. And take a look here at the divergence between equities performance and the recovery since April, since Liberation Day, so to speak, versus what has happened to the USD. And you can see quite clearly from this chart that equities have fully recovered the ground that was lost. We're basically flat on the year now for the S&P. But the dollar hasn't. The DXY is still down about 8% year to date. So that white line has not recovered. We've basically been flatlining around these levels for the last month or so, suggesting that that de-dollarization or that move away from the USD or the hedging of USD assets continues despite the recovery we've seen in stock markets. So something worth noting there. Well, let's go back to the top news story. A federal appeals court has temporarily blocked a ruling that threatened to throw out the bulk of President Donald Trump's tariff agenda, offering the White House some hope it can continue to reframe the global trade order. For more, let's bring in senior editor Derek Waldbank. Derek, okay, so a lot of headlines being thrown into the mix in the last 24 hours. Just makes sense for us what this appeals court has ruled and how it's likely to impact the direction of travel for tariff policy moving forwards.
Well, there's a lot of legal whiplash and a lot of details, but let me do as quickly as and simply as I possibly can. Yesterday, it seemed like Donald Trump's tariff agenda had taken a full frontal hit, being ruled out by a court in the United States. Overnight, that ruling was paused, not struck down, but paused. And so the tariffs are allowed to remain in effect, those that are in effect. So that's kind of where we are. This is going to be a process that goes forward. There will be positive sentiment headlines. There will be negative sentiment headlines going through up and until what could be a Supreme Court decision that would be an absolute landmark decision about the president's tariff abilities. And at stake is the central economic plank of the way that Donald Trump wants to reorder the global economy. So it's not like this is limited in scope in some way. This is a very major thing, but there is a lot of uncertainty that we're going to get to because this was a flat-out ruling that said no, and this is an appeal that they're seeking yes. Now, the one thing I will say, Jaman, about this is that the White House does have other options. They are harder, they are narrower, they come with delays. The president said on his Truth Social platform that they would weaken his hand, weaken his presidential powers. But there are other options. The White House is making very clear, even as they're pursuing this as Plan A, there are some Plan B steps that are possibly available to them.
Yeah, and all of this just creates further uncertainty on policy, but also on the legality of it all. So what is the read-through when it comes to these trade negotiations with trading partners, especially the big one, China, with Scott Bessent saying that it is necessary to probably have that Trump-Xi call in order for these discussions to continue. But at the same time, if your counterparty doesn't understand whether these tariffs are legal or not, it doesn't leave a lot of room for negotiation or successful negotiations.
Yeah, well, Bessent did say that the talks with China were, I think his words were, a bit stalled. And that's probably a bigger issue than this, but this will certainly play in, as will other things like the U.S.'s move to curb university visas and things like that for students. There's a lot at play there. The one that I'm really watching is Japan. There are talks that are meant to be held that are still theoretically ongoing. Bessent has said that some of the deals that are close, are still in the works, and he said he hasn't noticed any real change in the negotiating posture from these countries in the last 48 hours. He said they're still coming, they're still seeking deals. I guess we'll know when we see the talks and how they play out. But there certainly have been some that are in very advanced stages, or where there have been a lot of high-profile talks. Japan is one, India is one, Israel's one. I think the UK already came to a top-line deal. We've heard noise about European negotiations, etc. So those are some ones that maybe I would be looking at. But Japan really number one to see how this plays out. Make no mistake, whether or not, however you sort of peer into your crystal ball and look at this and figure out how a court ruling might go, whether you're in a capital nearby or an ocean away, you do have to factor this in, and you have to come to some determination, and it's going to affect the negotiating posture if you think that Trump's hand may not be as strong as the president has been intimating it will be.
Yeah. That's exactly it. So the likelihood is that they'll have less negotiating leverage with these discussions. Senior editor Derek Wallbank, always good to talk to you. Well, President Donald Trump has also pushed the Fed Chair Jerome Powell to cut rates at their first in-person meeting since his inauguration.
We saw, the president and I both saw the statement that the Fed put out after the meeting. That statement is correct. However, the president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries.
Well, joining us now is Ozan Askarel, founder and managing partner at Tanto Capital Partners. Ozan, always good to talk to you. It looks like we're back to tariff roulette, I would say. You just don't know where it's going to land. And now Trump administration is getting reprieve on the ability to impose tariffs. Does this all net? Obviously, we know that it creates more uncertainty in the trading environment, but does it just mean that volatility maybe is underpriced?
Good morning, Jumana. Happy Friday. Yes, of course it is. As we discussed in the previous programs, name of the game is trying to price volatility in the markets.
Progress never stops.
It's just that
neither should you. At PwC.
You went into great detail about what's happening, particularly in China. I just wanted to go over something that I felt wasn't asked, which is fiscal second quarter sales, $45 billion plus or minus 2%. $8 billion of lost revenue opportunity, specifically relating to China in H20. It seems as if you made up somewhere some demand for a different product or from a different geography or from a different corner of the market. What was that?
Well, we got a whole bunch of engines firing right now. The biggest one, of course, is the reasoning AI inference. The demand is just off the charts. You see the popularity of all these AI services now, ChatGPT, Gemini, so on and so forth, Grok. I mean, they're just doing incredibly well across the board. And all of the APIs that they serve out and all the agentic AI services that are built on top of them, they're all doing incredibly well. I think that there's just a giant breakthrough in AI's capability, and inferencing has just become a giant workload. Second, people realize that Blackwell is just a home run. NVLink 72 is a home run architecture. We designed it to be a thinking machine, a reasoning AI system. And I think people now, the confluence of the breakthrough in reasoning AI and the availability, now the emergence of Grace Blackwell NVLink 72, perfect timing. I think that's at the core, a big part of it. And the second part of it is that our supply chain is growing, and we're really ramping it up, and they're doing fantastically for us. And so all of these things are all coming together.
And so it is fair to say that some of that additional supply on Blackwell and the demand for Blackwell kind of made up for the opportunity lost in China, at least in the outlook for this current period?
Yeah, I guess so. But, you can't underestimate the importance of the China market. This is the second largest AI market. This is the home of the world's largest population of AI researchers. And we want all of the world's AI researchers and all of the world's developers to be building on American stacks. And so, irrespective of the near-term revenue success that we have, we can't ignore the fact that the Chinese market is very important.
You explained, again, in some detail, that at least in the Hopper architecture, you have engineered down to the lowest spec possible. It's not possible to do anything different with Hopper for the Chinese market. But in your consideration for a different architecture or a chip for the Chinese market, is that what we're talking about, a new design or new class? And have you made that proposal to the administration, just designing from the ground up a new chip?
We're still thinking through that. They're just the limitations are quite stringent, quite limited, if you will. H20 is as far down as we could take a Hopper. We don't know how to make it even less, and so that's really the limit. So there aren't the limitations are quite stringent. So we have to really think through it. Whatever we make ultimately has to add value to the market, and so it's a really tightrope because the Chinese competitors have evolved and advanced greatly over the last year. Like everybody else, they're doubling, quadrupling their capabilities every year, and the volume is increasing substantially. And remember, these are data center chips; they don't have to be small; they could be quite large. Without American technology, the availability of Chinese technology will fail the market. And so, whatever we offer has to at least be competitive, and it has to add value to the market.
Jensen, does Huawei have an AI accelerator or a GPU that is performant as H20 or is performant of other classes of GPU that you make?
Huawei's technology, based on our best understanding at the moment, and we have a lot of ground truth there, is probably comparable to an H200. And so they've been moving quite fast, and they've also offered this new system called Cloud Matrix that scales up to even a larger system than our latest generation Grace Blackwell. And so Huawei, as you know, is a formidable technology company, and they're not sitting still, and they look for ways to compete, and they're quite formidable.
With that in mind, you've kind of explained the landscape now, NVIDIA's ability to operate in China. I mean, you and I this year alone have already discussed the idea that there are 50% of the world's AI researchers in or from China. But are you having a sense of the vacuum created that those big names, I think about Tencent or Alibaba or Baidu, that were buyers of H20, that they've already pivoted and turned to the offering from Huawei because of the policy that is in place?
Yeah, they have no choice but to, one of the challenges of the changing regulations is the ability for markets to trust the NVIDIA and ultimately American platforms. And so it's prudent, I think, for the Chinese customers to make sure that they develop their stack on Huawei, and because it's hard to rely on American technology at this point. And so that's one of the unfortunate parts of changing policies. But anyhow, I have every confidence that if able to compete, American companies will compete. This is, to write off American technology companies is not smart. This is the home of some of the brightest computer scientists in the world. American companies are incredibly competitive. We just have to have the confidence to go compete. And if we have the confidence to compete, we will win.
You said during the earnings call that you trust President Trump and that the president has a vision and a plan. Could I ask if you've talked to him about that plan and if it includes coordinating with NVIDIA on policy adjustment that relates to changes in technology export controls?
Well, obviously, I don't know all of his ideas, but let me tell you about two that are incredible. The first one is utterly visionary. The idea of tariffs being a pillar of a bold vision to reindustrialize, to onshore manufacturing, and motivate the world to invest in the United States, and it's just an incredible vision. I think this is going to be a transformative idea for the next century for us. We're all in on the idea. We're setting up plants and encouraging our partners from around the world to invest in the United States, and we have a lot of stuff going on, and so I'm very excited about that. The second major idea is to rescind the AI diffusion rule, recognizing that this isn't about limiting American technology, but this is about accelerating American stacks around the world to make sure that before it's too late, that the world builds on American stacks during this extraordinary time, the AI era. And so these two initiatives are completely visionary, and it's going to be transformative for America.
Jensen, in the time that you and I have been on air having this conversation, some news has broken from U.S. Secretary of State Rubio, who has said that the U.S. will begin revoking some Chinese student visas. What I wanted to ask you is that with U.S. government limits on foreign student visas, how does that impact a company like NVIDIA? I think about the size, but also composition of your engineering talent here in California and elsewhere in the United States.
I believe the administration still feels very strongly about the incredible importance of immigration. Look, I'm an immigrant. I know many immigrants that came to the United States to build a great life, and many of us have contributed greatly to the technology industry and the United States. I believe that that's going to have to continue. Remember, people from all over the world want to come to the United States. This is just such an extraordinary country with such incredible opportunities. We want the brightest to come here. We don't want others to. We don't want everybody to be able to come here. And there should be rules. But nonetheless, for the ones that really can make a contribution, want to make a difference, we want to make it possible for them to come here and bring their great ideas, bring their great intellect, and help us build a great America. And so I think the administration is all in on that, and I don't think anything that they've said changes that.
Jensen, I surveyed our Bloomberg Technology audience around the world for questions for you, and I think the most common question is understanding who NVIDIA's customers are away from the hyperscalers, but actually many questions about Elon Inc. and whether Tesla and XAI in aggregate might actually be one of the biggest customers you have. You think about not just the data center chips, but the chips specific for Optimus or in the cars, the Omniverse component. Could you speak a little about that?
We do a lot of business with Tesla and XAI. Elon's, as you know, is just an extraordinary engineer, and I love working with him. We've built some amazing computers together. We're going to build many more computers together. And the work that he's doing in Grok, his self-driving car, his Optimus, these are all, every single one of them world-class, every single one of them revolutionary, every single one of them are going to be gigantic opportunities. And we're delighted. I'm delighted to be working with him on that. And so I think the Optimus opportunity is just right around the corner. It's very likely that human robots are going to be robots that we can deploy into the world relatively easily. And this is the first robot that really has a chance to achieve the high volume and technology scale necessary to advance technology. And so I think this is likely to be the next multi-trillion-dollar industry. I'm very excited for him.
Jensen, let's end by talking about Europe. You alluded to a trip you're taking next week. It sounds as if the infrastructure build-out in Europe is coming. Where will you be visiting and who will you be speaking with?
Well, I'm going to leave the who as a surprise for all of you, but I'll be seeing lots of heads of states, and I'll be in France and UK and Germany and Belgium, and I think that it's very clear now that every country recognizes that artificial intelligence, like electricity, like internet, like communications, is part of a national